I fucking hate arguing with kids, guys. I'm just going to point it out. If I had an option to turn off dialogue from anyone under the age of 22 or 23, because I understand you can't, like, from a privacy standpoint, you don't want to know the age of people online, right? And people don't want to tell you their age if they don't want to. But I really feel as though there should be an option to disallow conversation with people under the age of 22 or 23. I would check the button. I would check the button that says, allow yourself to talk to people under the age of 22 and 23. It may sound like that's too high. You're like, why isn't 18, right? Why isn't 18? Because your prefrontal cortex develops into your mid-20s. And you get lots and lots of life experiences, and or you get out of college in the middle of your 20s. So people under the age of 22-ish, 23-ish, generally have neither going for them. They have neither have life experiences. They've not gone out into the real world and have a career. Or they have not actually went through school, which helps kind of normalize them a bit, putting aside identity politics. Unfortunately, a lot of people assume that they just, like, everyone's the same. If, like, you're younger, you can just learn the same. It's not. That's why we forgive kids for doing a lot of stupid things and why kids do stupid things. Because they're fucking dumb. And that's just the way it is, right? But unfortunately, when you're online, you can't figure out when you're arguing with someone that's under the age of, like, 22 or 23. It just doesn't work. You assume everyone's kind of an adult, when they clearly are not. And it's like, I wouldn't even acknowledge them if I knew their age. Because you get in these heated debates with people when you clearly figure out that they basically, like, they can't understand things properly. And even when you explain them and offer points and proof, they can't figure it out. And then even when they'll start doing stupid shit like trying to reverse your argument. Like they'll try like something that you did to them. They know it worked on them, so then they try to do it to you. But that's not always the way it works. You can't just reverse correlations, right? You can't just reverse two relationships and go, this automatically means this will be work on the other side. You can't do that, right? But a lot of really stupid people will take that. They'll take this argument and then they'll try to flip it and not actually process it. So they just flip it and then they think it works when it doesn't. They just have no idea. And in their mind, it doesn't actually work. Or in their mind, it works, but they never actually take time to think it out because they didn't use it in the first place because it wouldn't have been an argument in their case. They can't just flip it around. But they don't understand it. And when you're arguing with people that basically run out of steam, they will oftentimes just do that, putting aside the gaslighting, the manipulation, trying to retcon, so change timelines. A lot of people nowadays, especially when you're arguing with them, will assume you forget what you talked about and when you talked about it. It's actually pretty prevalent, and then they'll use that as a way to get in, like, weasel in what they actually, like, change basically the timeline. But in the case of, like, let's say Discord, everything's timestamped. You can literally go back and copy paste the message ID and then, like, use it as proof because it doesn't change. There's a timeline. We exist on a timeline. I've mentioned this before. People are really weird. It's like the same sort of people that seem to, like, they don't have an inside voice, or like they're incapable of internalizing and have an inner monologue, right? Are kind of weird. I'd actually say kind of at a disadvantage for a lot of things in life, including learning. But along the same vein, I would argue there's actually people that don't really seem to understand past, present, and future. Like, they'll go, yeah, of course, past, present, future, but in terms of, like, a timeline and where you exist on this timeline, they don't process it that way. They just think everything is, like, now. And it's really, really, really fucking weird. It's literally just, like, it just feels like your mind's just, like, garbled. Yeah, only now exists. Yeah, exactly that. We've talked about this before a couple times on stream, but every single time I, like, run into a scenario like that, it becomes apparent that they don't really understand things correctly. And I want to say, like, I don't want to say, like, autism as in a, like, you know, like, negative way, but rather it seems like they have some sort of learning disability, and that would involve generally being on the spectrum, right? And if that was also the case, if I knew that, I also wouldn't talk to them, because it's pretty clear that they need someone to handle things properly with them, and I can't do that. And I don't want to do that because it's a waste of my time. AMD almost always wins across the board, and if you get into the low-end, Intel is better, but it comes with quirks and issues, so you have to keep that in mind. Low-end Intel is actually the win right now, and mid-range I'd even say actually goes to older cards, so cards that are last gen. We'll get into this in a second. Waiting for my coffee to brew here. Just don't. I know you heard the 9000 series and you're ready to blow your load and shit. Just hold on, pump the brakes here. Just pump the brakes. We don't like. There's a couple things that need to like. I know you really want to go and just blow that wad of cash, but just you'll feel better if you wait. It's like an extra long edge sesh going on here. That's kind of the problem with you just upgrading at the end of a hardware release cycle, though. I've been there before myself. It just kind of happens that way when things work out, and not always where you want to be. Anyway, so the 9000 series chips are releasing July 29th, I believe it is. The release date is 29th. However, what you're really interested in is not the 9000 series chips. You are interested in the X3D chips. Allegedly, those will either be next month, so August, or September this year. Allegedly, according to rumor. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. Either way, what's going to happen is if you buy a 9000 series right now, you're basically going to get something that will quickly become, well, not last gen, but you paid for a premium on something you're only going to have a premium for like 2 months. So, you really, like, even though the 9000 series is, I believe the review benchmarks are out today, which we're going to cover here. I also have another entry for the Better Diver's Guide before Reddit steals it. Also, by the way, we're now known as, what is it? Spreadsheet Streamer Dude. I am currently the Spreadsheet Streamer Dude, so. yeah, I am Spreadsheet Streamer Dude, guys. Yeah. Also, by the way, kind of getting off the topic. So, also, by the way, if you ask someone their age, they'll usually lie. Putting aside, obviously, I don't want to talk to anyone under the age of 18. Don't tell me your age if you're ever under 18. Don't do that. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about your age if you're under the age of 18. Don't tell me. I'm not interested. Just don't even talk to me at all, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of weird. We had someone a couple days ago that was like, she was telling people their age online, and obviously that's not where you want to be, especially if you're under the age of 18. Just puts a mark on you. You don't want that. It becomes a security and privacy issue. But either way, you ask someone their age, they're gonna act. I like legit the person I was asking. I actually asked them a couple times legitimately if they have autism or a learning disability, and they didn't answer the question. It wasn't like no. They just refused to answer the question, which probably tells me that they actually do. Yeah, and I didn't word it in a way like I was trying to be insulting either. Like I wasn't trying to be disrespectful when I asked it. I asked it because legitimately it turns into an issue where I'm just not going to talk to you because I don't actually understand. Like we're not going to have an understanding because what I'm discussing is probably something that you're not going to be able to understand. And if you are, it's going to take a substantial amount of effort, which I put in anyways. It's going to take a substantial amount of effort, and you're probably not going to figure it out at the end of the day anyway. It's not my job. I'm not a learning resource. I'm not a teacher. Like stuff that I do for myself is not something that is like you don't have control of my time. I can just spend my time however I want, and it doesn't include you. If it includes you, good. But if it doesn't, that's I'm not here for you, as it turns out. Yeah. Not going to get higher than a 7600. So you want at least an 8-core. I don't know if a 7600 is an 8-core, but I would highly suggest at least an 8-core processor. I don't remember whether the 7600 is a 6 or 8. But also you want an X3D chip. So those are... Intel's also releasing new chips later this fall. If you're interested in that, I would still highly recommend X3D chips. We don't know whether or not Intel's going to have a giant cache. So that'd be the equivalent of an X3D cache on their new stuff, an L4 cache. They talked about it, or there's rumors about it, for a couple years ago, but that never happened for Meteor Lake. That never happened. So, whether or not it happens or not, I'm not exactly sure. Remains to be seen. Okay, I'm going to grab my coffee, guys. I will be right back, and we're probably going to take a look at the benchmarks. Be right back. right. Happy Monday, guys. You're having a good evening? Oh. Definitely, definitely a good Monday. You act half your age. Well, as long as you're still above 22, 23, we're good. Some people never grow up, so, you know. Alright. Let's get into things. We are going to add an entry to the Better Divers Guide tonight. We're going to quickly cover yesterday's entry. And we're probably going to take a peek at... Oh, Kick changed my category. Of course they did. Oh. Toys R Us went bankrupt, so... Yeah, no fun for you anymore, as it turns out. Let's see. What did we add tonight, guys? Or yesterday? We added the Shield Pack. Updates for the Shield Pack, which includes nerfs, side buffs, buffs, and nerfs. So, the reason for the nerfs, you go, well, no one uses the Shield Pack. Shield Pack is actually still extremely good. Whether or not you believe it or not does not actually matter, because I used it during a time when the game was actually difficult, and it did its job extremely well. Too well. And this is basically going back to the logic and rationale we had prior to the game becoming easy and no longer needing the Shield Pack, which is it does everything. It is anti-CC. It takes one shot, which means you can drop a 500 kg on yourself, and as long as it's running, you will not die, or Hell Bomb, or Mini Nuke. It doesn't matter. It will always absorb one tick of damage, no matter what, no matter how much the damage is, and that needs to be removed because it stops you from just instantly exploding. Oh, too much sweetener again. Crowd control is also one of the most notable aspects of the Shield Pack, which is it prevents you from just getting chucked around constantly. Works on bots and bugs. However, I suggested that not only should it be removed because it makes it too powerful, but it also should be introduced to the Shield Pack. And a lot of people have called for it to be added to heavy armor. And armors in general are going to have to be looked at in a different light at some point in time. They currently don't live up to their standing. I don't think it's necessarily CC. Anti-CC can become extremely powerful, and just caking it on stuff I don't think necessarily is going to be helpful, unless you're trying to make some specific build. Ballistic Shield in the game, if you guys don't know, is still something that exists. Even though a lot of people pretend it doesn't exist, the Ballistic Shield is still in the game. I've seen a grand total of maybe 3 people use it since I started playing the game. Ways that I suggested. Also, by the way, the Shield Pack, I suggested it be the nerfs on it be reverted. So after they remove the crowd control and high damage attack, as well making them vulnerable to melee, is it should have a higher amount of damage that it can absorb. That means it's only generally useful against ranged attacks, and that also means that against bots it's not going to be that powerful. It's going to be powerful, but not that powerful, because you'll still get CC'd. And they'll still come in and karate chop you with their chainsaw guys, or maybe a Hulk. So it makes it a little bit more predefined on what it uses, and it's not a jack of all aces sort of ordeal. It's a jack of all trades, ace and none sort of thing. Ballistic Shield, on the other hand, should be more along the lines of having anti-CC, but then in general, make it more applicable, so make it so it can adapt to where you're getting shot from, so it can actually become bigger, but you still have an opportunity to get shot. So I suggested it be still obviously protect you from all fire from the front or from the shield itself, but when you get hit from an off angle, it'll actually adapt. Whether or not they can actually program it to look that way, or maybe make a mini shield that pops around the side when it happens. Basically, it'll start shielding you from a side without you actually having to move when you start taking damage. actually very, very cool. And you can program it to actually look really, really cool if they wanted to. I don't know whether or not they're capable of doing so. That's going to be, I don't know what their programmers are capable of or how much time they would even want to spend on it. But basically the shield will move around and adapt, so instead of just constantly being like a giant fucking eggshell over the front of you, they could actually move around the side, which still means you still take tick damage. You want to face where you're aiming, but also makes you a lot more durable, a lot less likely to get blown up from the side angles that you can't cover, or if there's too many things shooting at you. I also suggested that possibly they could give it a Reinhardt treatment, which is obviously give it a deployable aspect where the player can actually turn it into, like, make it a much bigger shield around them, and allows people to take cover behind it, in addition to use it themselves. At the expense of being able to use your stratagems and firearm. So, you know, everyone's wet dream that's using a ballistic shield is being able to help others and, you know, being a shield, something to hide behind. Kids that play Reinhardt really love that sort of aspect, which is what I suggested. So you give it a Reinhardt treatment, right? They don't need to, but like the whole idea of the shield being able to adapt and become much larger, and being able to protect you from off angles, and including giving you the anti-CC, so it has what the shield pack originally had, would bring it up to speed and actually give it a point to actually have it, as opposed to right now you just walk around and get chucked around and then get shot from off angles and you die. There's no real reason to use the ballistic shield at all, unfortunately. SR we will get to here in a second, but wanted to catch up on these. 7700 and higher are 8 cores. Why went on an X3D CPU? The X3D is a giant cache on it, and as it turns out, certain datasets fit inside the giant cache on it, and it makes them run much faster. It's just basically, it's a better chip, is what it comes down to. It's better specifically for gaming and very specific tasks, but what you're interested in is the gaming performance. It's one of the reasons the 5800 X3D has hung on for so long, is because it added the X3D. It's the first CPU with the X3D cache on it. And after introducing it, they realized what a hit it was, and then they did it with the 7000 series and now with the 9000 series. Their CPU is basically aimed at gamers, and they do what they do well. And if you look at benchmarks, they'll even perform well. It's tough to actually, putting aside the benchmark numbers that show it, it's tough to convey as someone that plays games that it makes things feel better. I had a 13900K before I went to a 7950 X3D. In Overwatch, it just made, even though I only got like an extra 100 FPS, 80 FPS, which, you know, seems like a lot until you realize it was at 500 to begin with, so what, more than enough. It made the game feel much more fluid, responsive, and it was much more enjoyable on the 7950 X3D. There's no other way to word it except it's just better. It feels like butter. And you'll have to feel it for yourself to get an idea for it. It's not, that's putting aside the actual objective benchmarks, which I've mentioned before, which Tech Report, Hardware Unboxed and Gamers Nexus have shown that it performs extremely well. Depending on the game it's playing, it can perform extremely well. X3D in general is pretty much universally agreed on to be like a really, really good thing. There's like we haven't really taken a look at TechTube videos because we've been focusing on the spreadsheet, but Hardware Unboxed did a couple videos on the theoretical implications of a giant cache on Intel, which I didn't agree with, but they have some like theoretical numbers on what it could potentially do. I didn't agree with their testing methodology, which made it look kind of weird, based on the chips that they're using. So I still think that a giant cache on Intel chips is going to be a big deal. Intel hasn't done it yet. And well, I think at the time, Hardware Unboxed said, of course, they would have already done it if they could, but you have to realize that actually adding cache, a lot of cache onto a CPU is a very, very difficult thing to do, and it takes a lot of time and effort. Planning on CPUs is, I don't want to say decades, it takes 3 to 4 years of planning things out, and you can only change directions like really, in a couple niche cases. AMD lucked out because with the X3D, what they actually did is they shaved down the top of the CPU core, so between the heat spreader and the CPU, they shaved it down enough to put an HBM stack, which is a piece of memory, in between the CPU spreader and the core. Yeah. Like, so it just happened to work out that they had a duct tape fix that literally allowed them to bypass, like, an entire development cycle. So pretending that Intel would have already released a high cache CPU in response to AMD is ludicrous because it takes so long to develop it. Possibly would have happened with the 14000 series, and I'd argue that's actually what did happen, but it wasn't ready, which is why it didn't get pushed. The 14000 series is just basically an upbind, so which means they just run it higher wattage version of the 13,000 series. That's it. They're basically overclocked. And they probably would not have released new chips if they didn't have something else going for them. But that's all we got was a slight overclock. And detrimentally, apparently, possibly can actually kill, like, the chips are dying to overclocking, like built-in overclocking now. So, yeah, they pushed them a little bit too hard. Anyways, before I get too into things here, guys, we got a line for time here tonight. We are gonna, as I mentioned before, we cover every tech cycle. So no matter what, we are covering the tech release cycle for the 9000 series, even if you don't want to watch it. Wow. Best fan and air conditioner. Bro, do you watch my stream, Project Farm? Do you watch my stream? Actually, I didn't wear this prior to today, but I wore this last year. Yeah, so this is actually, if you guys are curious, this is actually a personal air conditioner, which actually works relatively well. If you use it and it's like too hot or like it's too cold, it'll actually give you like a ice cream head. Yeah. If you guys are curious, here's what it looks like. So these, if you guys know what a Peltier is, these are cooling pads on it that uses electricity. They use an electricity from a battery bank, which is this guy right here that I have. I got a nice 20,000 mAh. A Chinesium 20,000 mAh. Whether or not this is 20,000 mAh, the review said it was kind of good, so that's what I'm using, right? Either way, these plates become very cold, and while you might think, oh, it's just your neck right away, your carotid artery, is it? Your carotid artery that runs between your neck, right here on each side, you know, right there. If you cool that, which they figured out in the military, by the way, if you cool that, it actually greatly reduces your feel of temperature. So cooling your neck around your carotid artery, I believe it's, I gotta make sure I'm seeing the right artery. Carotid? Carotid artery. Carotid.
Carotid artery.
Carotid. Yeah, it doesn't look the way that it's spelled at all. Carotid artery.
Carotid artery.
Yeah, carotid artery, guys. Doesn't look at all the way that it's spelled. Anyways, if you cool the carotid artery along your neck, it actually perceivably makes you feel cooler. Yeah, if it makes it too cold, by the way, as I mentioned, it gives you like ice cream headache, which I'm not a fan of, but generally will actually just make you feel much better. Yeah, it sounds like a gimmick until you realize it's true. If you guys are curious about it, prior to me actually buying this, one of the things that I actually did, I'm going to take this off for now. One of the things that I actually did prior to buying that is they basically make ice packs that sit in the sleeve and you put them around your neck. It's basically like having a cold towel around your neck. And then you realize that basically doing that, although it only lasts for like 10 minutes, doing that actually makes you feel much cooler. And then when you do it, all of a sudden you're like, wow, this actually makes a big difference. I wouldn't ever buy the fan ones, by the way. I looked at those. I wouldn't buy the fans. That just sounds like a noisy waste of time. But if you can legit cool it, like my neck right now feels a lot cooler than the rest of my skin. If you do that, it actually makes you feel a lot cooler. Just like if you guys didn't know, your hands and your feet, if they're colder or hotter than your body, will actually make you feel cold or hot. A lot of your body sensory is based on like your hands and feet. So when you warm up your hands and your feet, like let's say with a heated pad, which I recommend in the winter, it makes you feel a lot warmer, even if you're like not like wearing a blanket or anything. It's actually kind of ridiculous how it works, but it's actually really, really, really cool. Got him. Good job, Botrix. I've recently gotten into learning about PC parts and getting my nerd mode when I learn about new things. So good. Rabbit holes, learning's good. When you stop learning, that's when your brain turns to shit and you get dementia. So your brain's a muscle. Make sure you exercise it. Whatever way that takes. So everything about the Trump assassination or attempted assassination, which we aren't covering. We talked briefly about that the other day. I don't intend to to spend a significant amount of time on that. That's everywhere in the media right now. Is there not? I'm pretty sure there's pre-release benchmarks in the 9000 series. Was it just, I saw it in the news. Has a 5800 X3D aged worse than the 12900? No. The 12,000, 13,000, and 14,000 series guys are really cool from a chip standpoint because they have E-cores on them. And you could totally use Arrowhead. Joel, you could totally use those E-cores for something like a simulation if you had a very specific task for them. Not an entire game. But let's say if you were running a simulation of units on the E-cores, you could potentially leverage part of a CPU that a lot of computers have nowadays that is being completely underutilized, Joel. Completely underutilized, Joel. Here every day. Here every day. I don't know whether or not maybe they aren't tech savvy enough to do it. By the way, you can't put entire games on E-cores unless they're very well designed for it. Reason is because E-cores share resources, they have a lot of contention with each other. They're relatively slow. It'll literally make your game just stutter and turn into a shitfest. You need to have very specific tasks that you're utilizing them for. And then take into account that you're actually using E-cores. Almost no games actually do this. Because it's difficult and requires expertise to do it, and for most games it doesn't matter. In the case of Helldivers 2, in which we are very CPU bound, this actually turns into a potential solution for, well, at least increasing the amount of CPU overhead or CPU of resources available to the game itself, right? So, yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, so not all hardware review websites are created equal. I'm very picky with who we cover. Kind of weird, so neither, it could be that it's still under NDA, and they're trying to get out the door to garner people that want, like, ahead of the news. It means it's going to be come out tomorrow, maybe. Extreme overclocking into 9950X CPU. So they can't actually like give you performance benchmarks, but they can like still do things like overclock it. So they have a sample already for sure. Intel CPUs are failing. Yep. It's actually turning into kind of a thing, and some of the resources are showing. I think it was Warframe has like player data, and they're showing like 100% failure rate. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, let's see. I'm going to source this. Oh. Go. Warframe devs have reported 80% of game crashes happen on Intel overclockables Core i9 CPUs. Yeah. That's pretty incredible. So it has a lot to do with them pumping too much wattage through them, and they're basically becoming unstable through degradation over time, which is something hard to assess, by the way, prior to it happening. It's actually looking to be kind of a big deal. So when we're talking, so the way, let's just take a segue here. The way that CPU overclocking works and CPU stability works is the more load you generally put on your CPU, depending on what kind of CPU you have, the more load you put on a CPU, the less stable it will become. Enter Helldivers 2. So we have a game right now in which the majority of, this is relatively new, like not talking about the stability issues with the Intel, but rather Warframe coming out because their bug report is catching it. So their debuggers catching what's going on in the game, or going on with the hardware specs and whatever's happening in the game. This is relatively new, that Warframe came out with this data. And what's happening is in Helldivers 2, you have a game that is extremely hard on CPUs, right? This is where you run into issues with stability. So it's now potentially a possibility that some of the crashing that's happening with Helldivers 2 is actually because of 13 and 14,000 series CPUs. Yeah, that's kind of scary if you actually own one and you find out that you basically bought a shitbird and it's basically a ticking time bomb. Kind of sus. Kind of fucking sus. Yeah. And this is basically, this whole thing's been developing for the last 6 months, by the way. This is nothing new. We haven't really covered it because there hasn't been really any sort of like real hard factual evidence. And now Warframe devs are basically like outing it because they're using servers based on these that are basically shitting the bed, as well as their clients. So they have access to data, a swath of data, because of the bug report tool when the game crashes, a swath of data, and they're actually finding out the majority of the crashes are all coming from these higher-end CPUs. Look at that. That's fucked up. So in the case of Helldivers 2 right now, people that are experiencing crashing in the game, I don't have Intel CPU, by the way. People that are experiencing crashing in the game right now, all of these are 13 and 14,000. There's no 12,000 on here at all, by the way. All these are 13 and 14,000 series CPUs. All the issues people are having in Helldivers 2 are actually possibly related, well, not all of them, but a lot of the crashing they're having is actually related to them pushing their CPU too hard because they're playing the game. Yeah. And there's nothing quite like buying a gaming CPU and realizing you can't play games with it, right? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So, a lot of people complaining right now about crashing are more than likely related to Intel CPUs, and there's no way, by the way, that Helldivers 2 can prevent this from happening, besides just basically putting as little load on your CPU as possible. I should actually tweet that at the devs right now so they see this. We're gonna do that. What is it? Warframe 80% crashing. What is Johan? What's the CEO's name? Johan. No, Piltz. What's the Twitter of... When I type in Arrowhead CEO, Piltz still comes up. Shams. Johan, I think, is Piltz's name. Not showing up. It's not even on... Arrowhead, you gotta add it to your fucking Twitter page that he's the fucking CEO. Like one of their tweets, but it's not, Shams Giorgioni. Shams. It doesn't even pop up. There we go. Once again, they can't fix this, but at least they can tell the community what's going on. And it's only going to get worse, by the way, because we're talking about CPU degradation. This is only going to get worse because you're going to keep using your CPU. If you keep pounding it hard, it's still going to keep getting worse. It doesn't fix itself. They can try and negate it by putting in safeguards and obviously reducing the amount of wattage they're guzzling, which they've already started doing, but it might even be too late. Like, if you're looking at this is actually kind of a big deal. And by the way, the majority of the models here, putting aside what people are buying, the majority of the models that are crashing the hardest, we don't know how many data points there are, so you can't base it out of, like, how many 14,900Ks are crashing as opposed to how many people bought them. But based on this, we can tell basically the models that are being pushed the hardest are actually the ones that are crashing the hardest, right? Like, they're having the most crashes are the 900s right here. All 900s. These are all 900s, and to a lesser extent the 14700s. But it's kind of funny because the only real downside to the 14700 and the 13700 is the fact that they have less E-cores. So, general performance, like, recommendations are generally for these models anyways. But if you're looking at this, you're actually seeing a lot of these. And by the way, the KS, I believe the 1300 KS is a newer chip, which means there's going to be less failures because there's less degraded chips on the market. And putting aside, I believe it's a heavily overclocked chip. Same with the 14900 KS. Either that or it's one without graphics. I don't remember which it is. Alright, we'll tweet that out. Fucking, Twitter is fucking weird. There's a lot of weird shit going on Twitter in terms of how they deboost shit. A lot of my posts are just deboosted by default nowadays, and it's not even, like, super offensive stuff. It's just, like, stuff that's outside the norm of whatever's being talked about, so non-echo chamber material. And people obviously don't like that, but hopefully my posts aren't deboosted far enough where they don't see them. This guy is actually tagging 3 people. He's obviously spamming. Oh, down boost, down boost, down boost, down boost, down boost, down boost, down boost. Alright, so anyways, I wanted to briefly mention this, but yeah, the developers are actually talking about basically how the majority of their crashing is coming from high-end Intel CPUs, the 13 and 14,000 generation. This is really bad. This actually shows where the potential for failures is actually drastically increasing. With time, basically, they weren't railed. They didn't gather them up fast enough and try to reduce the amount of wattage that's being pushed through them, and it's resulting in failure rates. And that's putting aside the fact that most people won't actually upgrade their CPUs, like their firmware. So, yeah. Epic Games has noticed that Fortnite, arguably the biggest multi-platform multiplayer game ever, frequently crashed on 13 and 14,000 CPUs. So, I would say that Warframe and Fortnite are less CPU-bound than Helldivers is. Helldivers 2 is one of the very few games that is very, very CPU-hungry. And I would say even though you can look at Warframe and look at Fortnite here and go, oh, you know, they're big games. Sure, they are, but they also don't use the CPU nearly as much as Helldivers 2, so the problems with Helldivers 2 might directly stem from this simply because of the CPU load on the game. Which, as I mentioned before, I've known this has existed for a while, it's just there's been no real hard data that's popped out. And now we're starting to see stuff where the game developers are like, something they thought that's wrong with their game is actually something that's wrong with Intel CPUs. And this is pretty rare, by the way, where we actually end up in a scenario where an entire 2 generations of CPUs are basically... like, they're basically going into the ground. They're being driven into the ground right now, but we're actually there. So, that being said, my, just a data point here, guys. My, 5900X died. It became much less stable over time, and I got to the point where I had to keep it at, like, static clocks with an overvolt in order to keep it stable. Yeah, so something was broken with that thing. I got it ARM-made, though, and I got a new chip. AMD sent me a new chip. But yeah, even my 5900X died. So the vendors nowadays are pushing chips so hard to get every last ounce of performance out of them that they're actually causing degradation issues themselves, which is pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy world we live in right now, guys. It's not even stuff that you're doing. Yeah. And I don't, like, they're talking about cooling properly. I don't think cooling even fucking matters. This isn't a cooling issue. This is overvolting the shit out of them issue. Hopefully this issue won't be plaguing Intel CPUs for much longer. So with degradation, with stuff that gets reduced performance over time, it doesn't get better. They're going to probably find a way to try and make them more efficient and then reduce basically the wattage cap on them, but it's not necessarily going to be something where it just outright fixes the issue. People that basically have degradation already, it's you know, their CPU's deteriorated. There's no way that they can get back basically the overclocking headroom they once had because basically the firmware pushed their CPU too hard, and it just gets worse. You can probably stop it if you get below the threshold where it's causing crashing, you know, where it's not degraded that much. You can stop it, but preventing, like, undoing it is next to impossible. The only way to do that is basically by artificially decreasing that ceiling further, which is then going to reduce your performance a lot. And they might actually go that route where they just give you a fix that drastically reduces the performance of some CPUs that are crashing, which would be horrifying, but if it saves them money, right? Yeah. Not good. We were arguing with someone on Reddit the other day about crashing, and that would actually be an indicator. Yeah, they already did an update. So Hardware Unboxed, for instance, has covered some of the updates for firmware. And it looks like, you know, either too little, too late, or it might be, you know, like some CPUs are beyond the point of no return, or that didn't do it enough. Silicone degradation. So they don't have a review up for the 9000 series. Also no review up for the 9000 series. Chronix has an overview. It doesn't look like reviews are actually up right now. Besides leaks. So we aren't going to cover this until the release cycle, which may be in the next couple days, but we will when it happens. So Paul's Hardware, huh? Oh, it's a tech tuber. Something isn't right with the 13900K, 1414900K. Yeah, good job. You actually acting like you figured it out. Yeah, good job. Apparently, Warframe figured that out as well as Epic. But keep sing on, Queen. So this looks like a recap. I mean, we can take a look at this, but there's not going to be anything new here. They're basically just, this is what they're doing right here, which is they're just kind of giving the little bits of information they have. Which we can take a look at this real quick.
AMD's new Zen 5 Ryzen 9000 processors
Introduce
are just
himself.
around the corner, and today we can reveal a little more information about them. Actually,
yeah,
not
so
as much
this
information
isn't a
as I
formal
was
review. This is a
expecting, given
preview.
These parts are just about to hit store shelves, but hopefully there's enough here to tide you over until you can purchase a new Zen 5 CPU. So as a recap, Recap, AMD announced the Ryzen 9000 series at
Take a quick
Computex
peek.
last month. This included 4 main desktop processors in a pretty standard lineup: the Ryzen 9 9950X, Ryzen 9 9900X, Ryzen 7 9700X, and Ryzen 5 9600X. The main benefit we're getting here is a 16% average IPC uplift, similar to AMD's previous Zen architecture upgrades. Other areas to the design remain unchanged from Ryzen 7000, including the number of CPU cores, which is still between 6 and 16 across the lineup,
I need
and
at least
peak
32
frequencies
cores.
that push up to 5.7 GHz. There's also no 3D V-cache models as of yet, meaning the initial batch of Zen 5 CPUs top out at 32 megabytes of L3 cache per CCD.
August or
We now have a
September,
release
guys.
date for
Allegedly,
these
which is a
processors,
rumor.
July 31st, 2024, right at the end of AMD's initial July release window. What we don't have, though, is pricing, which is a bit strange, to be honest. AMD are going to begin selling these processors in just over 2 weeks' time, and there's
Alleged
no
pricing is
indication
showing
of
that
how
they're going
much
to be
they'll
lower
cost
for some
or how
models
much
and
buyers
same for
will need to
others.
save up to grab Zen 5. In contrast,
That being said,
when Zen
wait,
4
if
was
you're a
announced
gamer,
in
which I assume most of you are watching my
we had
stream because
full
you are,
pricing and
wait
spec
for extra.
information nearly
Don't
a
do
month
it.
before
Don't
launch.
do it. I know.
But I also,
your cash
I
wad's
really
just
don't
sitting
know
there
what this
hovering in your
means or
hand.
how
You
much
want to
to
spend
read
it?
into it.
Wait.
Usually when a company doesn't
Trust.
want to
Just
divulge specific
trust, bro.
information,
Just trust me,
because
man.
the
Just
answer
trust me. Wait for the
isn't
X3D.
very
Just trust.
positive. Most of the Zen 4 lineup
Just
is now
trust.
discounted below its initial launch MSRP, sometimes by hundreds of dollars, like the 7900X, which you can grab right now for just $360 US. So early pricing comparisons to full MSRP.
I need to get like one of those
Zen 5
full
models
bodysuits they
might
wore in
not
like
be all that
Afghanistan
favorable.
that has like a
But it
liquid
could also
cooler
be the
built
case
into
where
it.
pricing is quite competitive.
Like a liquid
and
cooling
AMD
vest.
doesn't want to cannibalize
The military
Zen
used
4
them in
sales
Afghanistan.
over
I wonder
the
if they
next
still
few
make
weeks.
those. Like you just buy
Apparently,
them.
we will get pricing in time for reviews, but right now, we're still in the dark. What we are getting today are more first-party performance slides. Back at
they make shit
Computex, we got
ones.
very limited performance info, mostly focusing on the Ryzen 9 9950X
You technically
compared
use
to the
warm water
Core
in them,
i9
too.
14900K from Intel. Now AMD are expanding these comparisons to include the other models. Most of these slides are pretty typical in the information they provide. The 6 games shown for each comparison are the same across all models. AMD are advertising that the 9950X is on average 13%
Evaporative cooling
faster than the
vest.
14900K for gaming across these titles, though as always, first-party benchmarks should be taken with a grain of salt due to the level of cherry-picking that may be occurring with just 6 titles. With the Ryzen 9 9900X, AMD is suggesting 12% more performance than the 14900K, which should mean very
All
similar
stuff
gaming
that's been released
performance
before,
to
by the way. This is
16
basically a
core model.
recap.
With the 9700X, AMD are now comparing to the 14700K, again showing a 13% performance improvement for the Zen 5 part. The 9600X is expected to be 14% faster than the Core i5 14600K, going off this data as well. What's perhaps more interesting are the productivity numbers, which appear to be more significantly cherry-picked. For example, with the 9900X versus 14900K, AMD show Blender as one example of greater performance, but with the 6 and 8 core models, that benchmark is swapped out for 7-zip, usually quite a favorable benchmark for AMD CPUs. There's also a heavy focus on single-threaded results like Procyon Office, Geekbench, and Photoshop, as opposed to multi-core tasks outside of Handbrake, which is expected to benefit significantly from Zen 5's AVX 512 support. Reading between the lines, this suggests Ryzen 9000 CPUs might not be as competitive for multi-threaded workloads compared to single-threaded workloads relative to the nearest Intel parts.
E-cores, multi-threaded wise, do work. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The kind of work they do is very specialized. That's why I suggested in the Better Diver's Guide is something that Joel should take a look at. Programming Joel, like the Joel with the weird ASCII characters as his name, should take a look at them because they offer significant amounts of performance that is untapped. Games generally, or Windows or the thread director, will generally not put stuff on the E-cores, especially games. You have to specifically do it. And it's not something where I can just change the affinity of my processors and put the game on the E-cores and expect it'll just explode. It just turns to shit. So it's something very, very specialized.
E-cores are a significant part of Intel's architecture that assist massively with multi-threaded productivity apps. The 14700K features 12 E-cores in addition to 8 P-cores, and the 14600K gives you a 6P plus 8E configuration. This will likely see Intel maintain their multi-core productivity lead. Previously, we found the 14600K to be over 50% faster than the Ryzen 5 7600X in some workloads like Cinebench multi-core, which is a huge gap to bridge in a generation that sees no increase to core count.
Cinebench is basically scientific compute. It's not something that most people need to worry about. Stuff you're interested in is gaming reviews.
Zen 5 part is 12% faster on average than first-gen 3D V-cached models.
Unless you're doing scientific computing, maybe use you have a workstation used for work too, right?
Effectively Zen 5 versus Zen 3, not a comparison to the newer Zen 4 based 7800X 3D. However, AMD did also mention to us that a similar comparison to the 7800X 3D would show the new 9700X coming in a couple of percentage points faster. So that's interesting to note. All of these claims don't fully align with our current CPU gaming data, which found that the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D is a little slower than typical Zen 4 non-X3D processors. 4% faster for the 7600X versus 5800X 3D, and 8% faster comparing 7700X versus 5800X 3D.
Enhance their chart with contrast? It kind of looks like it's enhanced with contrast.
Suite and AMD's, and we use an RTX 4090, while AMD typically uses a Radeon RX 7900 XTX, but this would imply only a small increase to gaming performance for the 9700X over the 7700X. At the same time, for the 9700X to be 13% faster than the 14700K across a range of games, it would actually be faster than the 7800X 3D in our data and over 30% faster than the 5800X 3D. It's hard to know exactly where things will land given AMD do claim the 9700X is slightly faster than a 7800X 3D. I guess you shouldn't really trust first-party benchmarks, but if this were to be true, the gap to the 5800X 3D would have to be bigger, making at least one of the claims AMD has made a bit contradictory to the others and our testing at least. With all of that said, AMD did compare Ryzen 9000 to Ryzen 7000 directly in Blender multi-thread, claiming a variety of performance gains while also boasting lower TDPs. But there's an important reminder here, TDPs are not an actual measurement of power consumption, merely a rating for required cooler performance. Just because the Ryzen 5 model drops from a 105 watt TDP to a 65 watt TDP while improving performance by 17% doesn't mean the actual power consumption of those parts has decreased by 40 watts. The 105 watt TDP processor previously might very well have not been using all of that power. So what else is new to learn about Zen 5 processors? Well, firstly, AMD are expecting decent gains from using Precision Boost Overdrive, especially for the Ryzen 7
That's their auto overclocking.
There have been some
like
rumors
built-in
claiming
auto
that AMD
overclocking.
were going to raise the TDP
Just turn it on for the
of
most
the
part.
9700X at the last minute from 65
It actually makes you
watts
question
to
why you
something
even have to
higher,
turn it
like
on, right?
120 watts, but this is not the case based on the information AMD is showing just 2 weeks out from launch. Instead, AMD are claiming that due to lower default TDPs, PBO is going to provide more extra headroom than usual, especially for the 9700X, where they are claiming a 15% performance increase from this feature. Ryzen 9000 processors will run cooler than Ryzen 7000 due to a 15% improvement in thermal resistance, which AMD claim will result in a 7 degrees Celsius temperature reduction at the same level of power consumption.
This will actually matter
Zen 4
for
processors were easy to cool to
X3D
only
chips,
moderate
because
power
X3D chips
usage,
suffer from
especially compared to Intel's 14th gen, but they did
tend to
run
overheat
upwards
because
of
the
90
X3D
degrees
cache. Once again, we're
Celsius
talking about how
under
there's
full
a
load.
piece
This
of
is a
cache
nice
slammed
benefit for
between the
people that are
CPU core and the heat
temperature
spreader
and worried about
that increases temperatures of the
CPUs,
cores.
and it should also allow CPU frequencies to run
Only like
higher
real
at a
real
given
case
temperature.
where efficiency matters. Put aside
There are
blowing up the
additional
CPUs as
overclocking
Intel's doing right now.
enhancements, especially for memory. Base JEDEC memory support has increased from DDR5 5200 in Zen 4 to DDR5 5600, and there's OC support up to DDR5 8000, which AMD tells me is actually achievable in real-world workloads.
For AMD right now, it's basically 6000 series DIMMs is
the
where you
most
max out.
interesting inclusion here is something called memory-optimized performance profile. Basically what this means is that memory frequencies and timings can be adjusted on the fly and depending on the workload. This allows the benefits of high-frequency memory and low-latency memory without needing to constantly tweak things in the BIOS. The way it was explained is that if you purchase a high-end memory kit, e.g. DDR5 8000, in some workloads it would push the frequency right up to 8000 speed at looser timings like CL38, because usually when running at higher speeds, you can't have super tight timings. But then for some games, as an example, the system will automatically lower the frequency and tighten timings if necessary. That way, your DDR5 8000 kit might actually be beneficial across a broad range of use cases instead of being a bit useless for gaming due to looser timings and worse latency. We'll have to see how effective it is and how well it tunes memory on the fly, but it sounds pretty promising. For processor overclocking, there's also an evolution of the curve optimizer feature called Curve Shaper, which allows for more control over the voltage frequency curves at differing operating temperatures. AMD made several deeper disclosures on the Zen 5 architecture, though we don't really do architecture deep dives here at Hardware Unboxed, so check out some of the other great channels that will go into detail on this. However, the highlights here are a full 512-bit data path for AVX512 instructions, an increase in the L1 data cache from 32 kilobyte 8-way to 48 kilobyte 12-way, a doubling of the maximum L1 cache bandwidth, and better branch prediction. There's an increase from 6-wide dispatch in Zen 4 to 8-wide dispatch, an increase in ALUs from 4 to 6, and there's now a dual decoding pipeline in the front end. This is how AMD sees each of these architectural improvements impacting the final IPC and overall performance. The big driver of gains has been the improvements to execution and decoding, with data bandwidth also a significant factor. AMD has announced 2 new chipsets joining the 800 series. At Computex, we got X870 and X870E as flagship chipsets and saw plenty of new boards across the various vendors. Now AMD are also disclosing the widely rumored B850 and B840 chipsets with a breakdown seen in this handy table. The basics are that X870 and X870E mandate USB 4 and PCI 5.0 for graphics and the primary M.2 slot. B850 reduces the requirements for both to USB 3.2 20 gigabits per second and PCI 5.0 for just the primary NVMe drive, with 5.0 for graphics being optional. B840 cuts things back further, only supporting PCI 3.0 instead of 4.0 as the baseline, dropping USB 3.2 support down to 10 gigabits per second.
I guess it's a really low-end chipset.
And removing support for CPU overclocking. So where do things fall compared to the existing 600 series? Well, X870 and X870E are a step up from the X670 series in that all boards now support USB 4 and the non-E boards will have more PCI 5.0 connectivity. B850 is a mixture of B650 and B650E, but mostly a refresh of that chipset. B840 ends up a tier below A620 in some areas, while both chipsets drop support for CPU overclocking and reduce USB speeds to 10 gigabits per second. B840 further reduces the PCIe bus to 3.0, whereas A620 remains PCI 4.0.
Beyond 4.0, like even today, like it's not really going to even matter.
Could end up a tier above A620,
even with
such as
high-end
the number
graphics
of
cards.
USB ports that are supported, which isn't listed in the chart.
I think they tried to make a case for performance reduction for 4060 running at X8, I believe, instead of X16. And there's like basically nothing on PCI 4.0.
That was previously mentioned. Although we'll have to
occasionally they'll do comparisons where they'll look at the degradation of performance as opposed to lanes or generations of PCIe. It's not really something you matters to you unless you want a really, really fast SSD NVMe drive.
It'll be performance on the 600 series.
But that doesn't even matter anymore.
Finally, we also got a roadmap update, if you can call it that, with this slide featuring Zen 6 on it. Absolutely zero other details, so it's really just a hype slide, to be honest. No indication of when we can expect
bigger.
Zen 6
the number's bigger, guys.
Sort of process mode it's using, just nothing here to go on whatsoever, which is a little laughable. All AMD has said is that Zen 6 is on track, whatever that means.
It's on
the
track.
Gap between Zen 3 and Zen 4 was roughly 22 months, and there's the same 22-month gap between Zen 4 and Zen 5. Based on that, we should expect Zen 6 in May of 2026, and that is, of course, a complete guess. And that does it for today's Zen 5 news. In just a few weeks, you should see our full reviews of these processors, along with plenty of follow-up content in the months to follow. Still
so they launch on 31st, right? So it's usually like the week of, but like based on what I saw in the news, I thought there was like reviews today. No,
and that's it.
So this is all a preview. This isn't actually a review; it's previews. So there's nothing really new here.
As soon as they hit, then please
just
do
to cover
subscribe to the Hardware Unbox channel. That's the best way to get that information to you.
Good stuff. Highly recommend Hardware Unbox, guys, or Gamers Nexus, which will cover when the CPU launches. The CPUs launch, as we do with all tech,
and you get access to some cool bonus features like our BTS content and our Discord chat, which is a great place place to chat about all the latest tech. So thanks for watching, and I'll catch you.
Giddy about stuff you're not going to buy? Well, maybe the X3D. I don't know. Really depends on how the X3D chips perform and if they've made any changes to them. X3D tends to be kind of the weird bird of stuff that they're working on. So we'll see. They might put something new in the X3D chips, or it might be the same as the 7000 series. Either way, X3D is what you want, guys. Just hang on to your wad of cash. Don't spend it. That's where you want to end up at the end of the day. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what the kids are bitching about on Reddit. Streamer Dude. Spreadsheet Streamer Dude. Let's see. Ooh, I got some lovely posts. Let's see. Oh, Fisking. I love Fisking. This is the one guy that's arguing for precision strikes, guys, by trying to kill 2 buildings with a precision strike. Or with, with a precision strike. Or 110s. You do not need to be accurate with the 110s at all. If they're on manual pilot, meaning they're on auto-aim, you have to 100% be accurate with them. I'm not going to respond to this as too old, it's too far down in post, it's not worth responding to. Radius 100s will lock on as any greater than any race you want to hit with the 500s. It's not about the radius, guys. It's about being able to hit multiple things with the same thing, not killing one unit. This is illogical. If one 110 pod kills a tank, it doesn't. Like if you're talking a Bile Titan, it doesn't kill a Bile Titan in one shot, and oftentimes will not kill a Charger in one shot. Using 2 500s? You don't have to use 2 500s to kill one tank. What? Most of the time you have to finish it off like a Quasar or something if there's leftover health. Run an AC, that's pretty much the only thing you want an Eagle for. What? You want Eagle for crowd clear and the ability to kill large units so that you can't just peek out and take away at it. 7800 X3 hasn't been beaten for game performance yet. Nope. But as it turns out right now, you should be hanging on to your money. You shouldn't be buying a 7000 series processor. It's something I've recommended for the... If you're within 6 months of a launch cycle and you can avoid it, don't buy new hardware. So, like right now is a really bad time. Even if you don't want to buy AMD, there's going to be new Intel CPUs this fall, so you don't want to buy it. Even if you want to buy a NVIDIA GPU, there's NVIDIA GPUs, new NVIDIA GPUs this fall. And there might be, I think AMD might be at CES later this year, so next year, January. So there isn't going to be competition for the 5090 probably for a month, couple months afterwards, It depends on how they launch things. Too late, just upgrade it. Well, I guess, you know, yeah. I mean, too bad it didn't stop over here sooner, but you know, whatever. I can't tell you to watch good things. I can only lead you to the water. I can't make you drink, you know. So, I've had friends that do that, and like I don't want to like shit all over them, but you know, if you asked, I would have told you. Oh, also a bad position to be in. By the way, we're gonna make a post on 14,000 CPUs here in a sec. Let's see. AC is a backpack. Oh no. So, if you go, oh, you can survive longer with the shield pack. If you have an autocannon, you can kill things faster, and then you can you'll be less likely to take damage and survive longer. We talked about this last night. How it feels basically like when I'm using the shield pack, I survive just as long as using the autocannon with the backpack, because it doesn't seem to matter. Whether or not that's something that's programmed into the bots so they just instantly kill you, because they can when they're programmed to do so, or if that's something else going on here. We aren't going to tinfoil hat it with Joel logic here, but yeah. you'd probably find disgusting, which is the airburst rocket launcher. Before I used the AMR and ballistic shield, AMR with the AC is without a backpack. Honestly, it was great. Someone used the ballistic shield. AMR, you can't have it out with the AMR. AMR is two-handed, so it's just on your back. The AC deals with everything well, guys. Got something future-proof. I mean... I guess that's all I can do there. Yeah. Even in the case of Helldivers 2, for instance, there's a handful of games that actually use more than 8 cores, which we pointed out. Riftbreaker, COD used to. I haven't played COD recently. COD used to, but you have to set it up to use more than 8 cores, which is set by 8 by default. You have to change the thread renderer in an INI file. City Skyline, and now Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, you'll routinely see my core usage go up to 75%. That's 12 cores, because I have a 16-core processor. Most games will not use more than 8 cores, but even then, there's occasionally cases now where you're running into games that use more than just 8. So I don't know. Like I mentioned, I definitely like 16 cores is overkill, and I wouldn't suggest it for anyone. 12 might actually be better, or 10 might be better, but there's only a handful of picks for that, and the 7900 X3D sucks dick because they only have two 6 cores, and only one of them has X3D cache. I don't know why they didn't do both, but they only did one. I bought the 3900X, I bought the 5900X, and I would have bought the 7900 X3D, but it's not worth it. What you really want is a game just to run on the X3D cores, but 6 of them is not enough, right? Yeah. AC kills factory starter faster than almost anything else. Yeah, like he's trying to pick things apart by suggesting there are options against certain units, but the thing is, the autocannon works on everything. Against bots, it works on everything. In some way or another. And then it just, against some things, it's just really fucking good. Let's see. This is 2 days ago. Alexander, will read this game? Yeah. This is the guy that's literally shit-talking me? Yeah, like using colorful language. Which, by the way, apparently we reported him yesterday, and apparently shit-talking people with strong language doesn't matter. Which I did yesterday, and I removed it because I didn't want to offend any mods, and apparently he's still here, so... Yeah. Oh, I love shitbirds. Let's see. Self-promoting is against the rules. People are still timing out my spreadsheet for some strange reason. Once again, I have gotten no response from the mods, by the way. We're going to message the mods. We're going to do this, and we're going to message the mod team. There's two different accounts you have to mention. I think this one's automated. Yeah, so they're trying to get things removed under technicalities. So we're going to message the mod team and see what they say. They haven't messaged back, by the way, yet. Even though we're asking them why they're getting removed, they don't actually mention why. Let's see. Ran this post. What part of the rules does it violate? I removed the links in spreadsheet. Are people trying to get removed for on a technicality? Are not allowed to mention in stream and passing, or what's the criteria? Here that things are getting removed. So then we can work around it. Because rules need to be followed, right? But if they won't tell you the rules, then you can't abide by the rules, and they just go, oh, you can't. So is it the spreadsheet that's causing it? Is it mentioned that I'm a streamer causing it? What's actually causing it to happen? Tell me what I'm violating, then I can work around removing those aspects from the post. From the posts. Oh, so. Odd team. Alright. Now. Message the mod team. Mods. So this is different. Spamming, reposts, comments related to Helldivers, spam, reposts. Now we're going to use the other tool to message the mods, because I messaged the mod account. Now we're messaging the mods, right? Yep. You think we're actually going to get responded at one time? I wonder if they're just going to say, don't self-advertise. What part of the post am I supposed to remove so it's not self-advertisement? Is it mentioning I'm a streamer? Is it the spreadsheet itself? I hid the links on the spreadsheet, guys, so it's not something you can see just by looking at the spreadsheet. So what particularly are we going to go with here? And if it's the link on the spreadsheet, do I have to move it to a different part? There's no dialogue, though, so I can't go with anything because they don't actually respond to stuff, because they don't actually attempt to rationalize the decisions they make. It's one of the reasons I don't actually enjoy talking to mods. Mods or admins, because it just becomes a game of following the rules, and the rules being arbitrary, and you basically got a guy coming home from working at his 9-to-5 job at fucking Taco Bell, and he's just pissed off and he doesn't care. So, what rules am I not following? What do I need to change? Right? How do you become a better person without knowing what you're supposed to change? Yeah, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Once again, you actually need to hover. You need to hover or click to actually see these. You can't see them normally at all. By the way, that's the whole reason we made 2 different posts here. And they're not messaging me anymore. For some reason, they're trying to make it public, which is also interesting. No one can really see this, though, after it's been removed. Let me check to see what else they removed. They don't actually always message you after they remove shit, either. They'll just do it, and check now. Last one was where I mentioned scatter and skill issue. They removed it because it was derogatory. Yeah. Where I mentioned the person was... Scatter is what happened to the person when their orbital was off, and then I mentioned being a skill issue because I didn't notice it, and it got removed. Yep. Okay. Is this the same one? Yep. No one actually responded to the original post. Huh? So now we're gonna report this guy for breaking the TOS. Like I said, I'll play the game. If they want to play the game, we're gonna play the game. So he's reposting my spreadsheet, which basically is against the TOS, but his post didn't get removed. Let's see. So the interesting thing here, by the way, is if this post doesn't get removed, despite it basically referencing my spreadsheet. So, yeah. That would show mod bias, by the way, if they don't remove this post for advertising, because it's referencing my spreadsheet. So they have to remove it, even though it's not self-promotion, it's advertising my post. So in order for them to be unbiased, they have to remove this guy's post. But my guess is they aren't going to. We'll see, though. Holy shit. I said, this is the reason that I don't like engaging with mods, because you have to play the game, right? And that's what it's turning into, despite the fact that there was a guy that was being extremely egregious and uncivil, and they didn't remove that guy's posts. I'm not exactly sure why, but they didn't. Which is curious in and in itself, because that would show a bias again, right? Yeah. So, I can't tell whether or not submit a new text. I love fucking bureaucracy in politics, guys. It's fucking great. Absolutely fucking great. Let's see if anyone else has posted this. So I mentioned that I'm elusive Spreadsheet Streamer Dude before in one of the posts, and that didn't get removed, so we're going to assume this is a spreadsheet that's causing it, which I guess is the links in the spreadsheet. We get rid of End Protector. The performance isn't worth catching cheaters. No. No, that's okay. The little bit of anti-cheat that it's actually doing is better than no anti-cheat, so... Although I wish I could cheat to make the game harder, that'd be kind of nice. Right. We'll obviously cover that tomorrow. Ah, that's hilarious. How it looks versus how I wish it looked. What? I mean, you could just have two different helmets. Sure. I mean, you could just have two variants of the same helmet. Question, but why? In case we don't know why it was taken down, that message means Reddit has a platform didn't like your post. The mod team has nothing to do with the action. Yeah. Heavy Devastator move. How? Why? How do you do? What the fuck is that? Is it actually intentional? Or do you get stuck? No. That might be new. It looks like he's missing an arm, though, so I don't know if that's true or not. I guess he has the fist from his shield. So they have takedowns now, maybe? I haven't seen that yet. Kind of interesting if that's true. How's it going? Pretty good. We're playing the antics of Reddit today, as you can imagine. Lots of people very argumentative all over the place, guys. I'm not afraid to argue back. The problem is dealing with mods. That's the whole issue. It's not dealing with people that are shitbirds. It's dealing with the mods and admins. You have to play by their rules. And you have to figure out what their rules are, and then how you're breaking them, so then you can stop breaking them, so your shit doesn't get removed, so then you can keep playing the game. So, yeah. Say the Dominator with new armor passives like a pre-Slugger nerf, or it's just not. The Dominator fires a lot faster than the Slugger, so this isn't true at all. I mean, it's just a better Slugger. We need to go over redoing primaries as well, which we'll get to in the future. Some of you like the team kills, so hear me out. It's just a laser turret. I mean, the minigun turret does this a lot better. Or is this a flamethrower turret? I don't know what this is. Because we don't, what the fuck, I can't even call my local democracy officer because of this. Yep. Primary target. You literally have to go blow them up right away. Yeah, we covered this last night. 15 hours ago, guys. What were we doing 15 hours ago? It's kind of weird how stuff pops up on Reddit right after we discuss it, isn't it? Here's another example, which almost no one's talked about in a long time. Yeah. Yeah? Good. YouTube disconnected. Reconnected. Okay. Isn't it fucking weird? Isn't it weird? No one's talked about the ballistic shield in forever, and lo and behold, here it is, guys. That's fucking weird, isn't it? Why do I have a spreadsheet, guys? Why do I have a spreadsheet now? Why do I have a spreadsheet? Oh, I did close my spreadsheet. Oh, no. Oh, where did it go? Where did my spreadsheet go, guys? Oh my god, we live in a day and age of snowflakes, guys. Anyone will they'll try to get to you in any way, shape, or form that's possible. Any way they can. That's nothing new, though. Let's see. Oh, weird. We just added entry for this in the Better Diver's Guide last night. Question, what do you get out of the interaction with Reddit? Visibility is basically what it comes down to. Visibility, authority, as well as content to cover in my stream itself. There's nothing actually, like, I actually kind of really enjoy shitting on people that are dumb. And not in terms of, oh, look, they're stupid, but rather people that are, like, super argumentative and think they're always right when, in fact, they're just not quite. It stands to reason that you stand out from other people as a streamer, too, when it turns out that you actually do a lot of things that seem to be correct or are good for a game, for instance, right? So in the case of stuff we've talked about on the stream over the last couple months, that can improve Helldivers 2, if no one sees them, they never get done. Or if select people see them, then they copy-paste them, other streamers or people on Reddit, they'll copy-paste them and try to present them as other people's ideas. So for instance, where was it? We just looked at this post, which someone didn't credit the original author. Is it this one? No. Where did it go? Basically, someone copy-pasted someone else's work and then didn't credit them. And they got a warning from the mod team. Here it is. Here. So the idea is not only do people take my work and present it as their own, which then gives them notoriety, I lose notoriety, and then people come to my stream and then think that they saw it on Reddit, and it was Reddit first that offered the idea when in fact it was from my stream in the first place. In addition to that, you gain notoriety in the community. People talk about you. You see, like, you get interactions, and then at the same time I get to cover it on my own stream. And since Joel and Piltz are not really interested in our Better Divers Guide, we can make them interested by making it something the community also thinks is a good idea. Whether or not they're going to acknowledge it, it doesn't even matter at this point because I have it in a spreadsheet now, which means now when they actually post it, I can literally reference it and literally point out what actually is being copied on Reddit, right? Then they know where it's from. It all circles back to getting credit for your work and putting in work and then differentiating myself as a streamer in addition to actually streaming myself and generating content. So it might seem kind of like outlandish for you. Like there's people, like I enjoy being creative and I enjoy making games better. I enjoy playing Helldivers and I enjoy making Helldivers better. And I wish Helldivers was a lot better game. As you can see, there are a lot of issues I currently have with the game, but they aren't being addressed. We've talked about a lot of these issues over the last 5 months now. Or the last 5 months. And it's not always things where it's also a cheat sheet where this is all in one place where Joel can look at this and see everything I've talked about on stream without actually having to watch my stream continually. But he said whether or not they watch my stream, which is also questionable. But putting that aside, they can actually look here and see what I've basically talked about. Because some things, for instance, the ballistic shield and the shield pack, don't even come into bearing because they don't matter anymore. We talked about this yesterday when we added the shield pack. The shield pack isn't even things people discuss and isn't even on their radar, because the game's so easy, it doesn't matter, right? And then we talk about more advanced subjects, like, for instance, progression, burning resources, challenge progression in the game, to actually things to separate out the chaff from the wheat sort of ordeal by exponentially increasing the difficulty levels that are currently in the game. And that allows basically for more differentiation between not only people that stream, but also players themselves, and actually get to feel as though they're accomplishing something other than spinning their wheels and just playing the same shit over and over and over again. Which arguably is one of the things that has been discussed on social media, right? But this stuff is all involves in-depth topics, and you don't really get it unless you either watch my stream religiously, which most people don't, because we have very few people here, or you ask me, and most people don't ask me, because this is, like, I can't come up with all this shit all at once unless I basically had a reference guide, because this is stuff I've talked about over months, and it's not something where it's just, unless I have it in one place, it's not really something where I can go, oh, that's what I was talking about, and that was my original idea on the topic matter. Instead, it's something I might not even remember it. Nocturnal was in here the other day, and he has to have been watching me from the beginning, because one of the things he suggested was, like, he said bully hunters, which was originally from, we talked about maybe like 5 months ago, which is the behavior that hunters or just enemies can have to make you feel like you hate them. For instance, taunting the dead. So they get to the point where they start teasing you with happy sounds, clicking, dancing around you, when they know you're about to die, which would piss you off. It creates an emotional bond to things that happen in the game. Something I didn't even remember, because they kind of added it, which is the BM you'll occasionally see in the game now, where they just BM your body, right? But that's not really the same thing, and it doesn't really have the same appeal as exactly what's here right now. Stuff I will actually routinely forget. Well, not routinely forget, but it actually, like, it takes a little bit to connect the synapses to get it all in the same spot. But at the same time, I need to have it in one place here, because my shit just wanders off to Reddit, although discussing the shield pack is not new. It mysteriously popped up after I made this on stream. I talked about this on stream, right? Have you seen anyone talk about the shield pack recently? I have not. Just the same way as the ballistic shield has not been talked about in forever, because they aren't needed because the game's easy mode. So, it might seem convoluted. It might seem that there's no point in me doing it, but there's very much a point to what's happening here right now. And, well, Arrowhead gave me no accolades for, like, doing stuff like this, and probably hates me because I'm suggesting things that will probably make the game better, and whether or not they like that, I'm not exactly sure anymore. Now we're basically to the point of forcing other people to recognize that I'm doing this, and that's actually important too, because if I can't professionally improve myself, maybe I can professionally improve my stream. It's not purely advertising, but it's advertising by association, which I guess is what they have a problem with. But at the same time, like, if they want me to remove these like hover links, if this is why my guides are getting removed, I will do that. But they aren't telling me why my guides are getting removed. They don't actually tell me what exactly is self-promotion to the point at which my stuff's getting removed. They just choicely remove specifically my Helldivers, like my Better Divers guide. And I assume it's the link at the top. I don't know. They won't tell me, so I can't remove it. And, like, I don't know if that's what's causing it. Like, I could remove it, but then I have to tell them that it's removed, so they don't just remove it because they've seen the guide before and they want to remove it, right? So I don't even know whether or not that's true. This is all very circular because it's come to the point of, like, just not getting any recognition, and I'm a person, right? At the end of the day, I'm a person, and I have to look out for myself. So that means if I'm going to sit here for 5 months in the community, I guess I'll put everything together and make a guide. Because why not? Why not? And then everyone can reference it, right? I legit had I forgot his name. A guy came in last night and is literally from the Reddit after I mentioned the Better Divers Guide. Yeah, we had a prolonged discussion for like an hour with the guy. It was nothing egregious or anything like that too. He's actually a pretty cool guy. But he was in here last night, right? That actually matters. So, like, I'm getting like my guides removed through self-promotion, but at the same time, how far detached does it have to be before I'm just getting basically accolades for something I'm already doing, right? Like, when can I actually say that I'm a person that exists online and sign my work? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. But either way, stuff like this also matters, by the way. Twitter, it's either Twitter Media, like Helldivers Media, or Reddit. They copy back and forth between each other. Oftentimes, you'll see stuff that's on the not the Better Divers, Helldivers 2. There goes YouTube, by the way, non-mobile YouTube, and Reconnected. You'll see stuff on the Better Divers Guide, or not Better Divers Guide, but like Helldivers 2 Media, Helldivers 2 HQ. That's like they copy paste between each other, and then they copy paste from Reddit too. Whether or not they go back and forth, either Reddit copies them or they copy from Reddit. So here, for instance, they're saying to tag the original creator of the art of the image you're sharing, but I can't tag myself for my own work because I'm a streamer. So this is kind of the convoluted part here, guys, is I'm a streamer. My work tagging involves you having my stream. This isn't just I'm not just putting here for, like, I didn't just make this Helldivers Guide for my stream. Like, it's not just like you're clicking on it and it just takes you to my stream. The links are here, but at the same time, there's also a shitload more information that is here. That is clearly, like, this isn't just like a referral link or just like sending you to my stream. So, at what point can this guy sign his own work, but I can't sign my work for a spreadsheet? No, this is what we're actually trying to figure out right now. Anyways, getting long-winded here, guys. We had this is fucking tonight. This is incredible. Spending a shitload of time in the podcast again. Let's see. Called thanks for the credit. Coincidence. What a coincidence. Oh, weird. We just added entry for this last night of the Better Divers Guide. What a coincidence. Good shit, guys. Legit just talked about this last night. Legit just talked about this last night on stream. Not making this up. This is one of the reasons we have this, by the way, is because I can actually just go here and show you we added. You can go on last night on stream and see that we added this last night. So, like, not making this up. This exists. This is here. Yeah. People talking about the shield generator. Huh. Also here, we abbreviated it to kind of throw things off. People like half the weapons including mechs are pretty worthless. Nope. We aren't going to go into too much. If she wanted these things, everything inside should die? No. No, it shouldn't. Just buy win? No. Sure to end protect? No. The game needs some form of anti-cheat, even if it kind of sucks dick. I've seen the end results and no anti-cheat, and it's pretty terrible. Yeah, the mods are gonna have to send me a message. Like, what am I doing wrong? What do I have to remove? Is it the links at the top here? Is this what's going on here? Do I have to get rid of these? What is it? Is it just like the guide itself isn't actually a reference to my stream? I have my name on it. Can I not put my name on stuff anymore? This isn't even like a stream link. It's just my name. So what do I have to do? What do I have to do, guys? What do I have to change? What are my words? What are the things that I have to do to adhere to your standards? It's not just for me. What would that be? Credibility and authority. Two different things. Credibility and authority as a streamer. Two things that are very important, especially when you're a small streamer. Where people might look to you for balance changes, balance ideas, what your thoughts are, and stuff that's currently in the game. You know, things that otherwise... I'm not going to go make a tier list. Tier lists are dumb, but... yeah. Tier lists have been around for a while, guys. Okay. We're going to move on. We're actually going to play the Helldivers 2 here in a second. In one moment. gonna wash my coffee cup out and grab a soda. It is hot as shit right now. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Oh. Okay. I know, like, in some lights it kind of seems petty, and it's a waste of time, but it's not. I'm a person too, guys. At the end of the day, like, I have to actually consider maybe potentially having some sort of career path or even, you know, monetarily making money off something. Especially if I'm putting in work and it feels like it's drastically different than something else. I'm going to try and use it to my advantage. Is because then you get credit for it. You grow as a person, as an individual through your professional life. As maybe personal life if you actually enjoy your work and you enjoy seeing the fruition of your work. And while you can say, oh, all that stuff on the Better Diver's Guide is stuff that I could have thought of, it wasn't, because it's not in the game, and most of the stuff is not things that people have suggested. There are some generic ideas on the Better Diver's Guide, guys, but a lot of it is very particular advice to the game, very select particular advice to the game. It's not general generalizations. Let's see. We gotta change categories. It's always gonna ruffle feathers, guys. That's what happens when people feel you making headway. If you have any sort of charisma, or you feel as though it's something that people are going to recognize, it's going to ruffle feathers because people feel as though they're the ones that should be being recognized for something. Always going to ruffle feathers. It's like one of the first things I said when I made the guide is that it's going to ruffle feathers. It's going to piss people off because it's 100% true. Well, changing all my categories here, guys. I need to restart TikTok as well. Not malicious in nature, though. Like, I'm not trying to hurt Helldivers 2 by... I'm not trying to hurt Helldivers 2... Why do I even need to suggest this? I'm not trying to hurt Helldivers 2 by making a guide. Especially one that is full of good things that can make the game much better, including milestones. Some of the milestone ideas, in my personal opinion, are very, very... like, pretty top-notch. We're going to try one more thing since it doesn't appear as though I'm getting messages to the mods or they're just ignoring them, which is I'm going to try responding to something. If I find this. Messages? Where is it? Oh, you can't reply to them. I was going to reply to their comment here, but I can't do that. Oh, you can't reply to the mod comment. They probably actually get a message for that. Oh. Okay. So, what do I need to do to make it me able to place this on Reddit? What do I need to do to make this... Well, I just start removing stuff, like the links, but is it the links, or is it the fact that I'm posting in the first place? If it's just posting it, then there's nothing I can do. Let's see. Okay. Let's move along, guys. Let's see. People always hate when they see you getting accolades for something. Down here, guys, in the gutters. Oh, definitely a good Monday, guys. Fan-fucking-tastic. Let's move on. change all the platforms. Maker of the Better Diver's Guide. The Spreadsheet Streamer Dude. I'll fucking take it. Okay. We're going to start out tonight by playing some bugs. Unfortunately, we burned a shitload of time, not just in the podcast section here, but also on Reddit, and had to deal with kids earlier tonight, and that's also not... So it's like, tonight's just... The entire day's just burned at this point. Absolutely fucking burned. Crazy. I could stream for the next 8 hours here and absolutely fuck my sleep schedule, too.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
You are correct. You are correct, by the way. It is 100% consuming a shitload of time and energy. I would for sure say that.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked.
We're gonna get some good bug games tonight here, guys. Let's find out.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
No scatter, nothing to worry about there. Someone's copying my suit. And my loadout. What?
Orbit synchronized.
Eagles, though. What gun is he using? No. Pretty good. We're gonna go grab the samples, I guess.
Reporting to the front.
Fine.
Objective located.
I see little samples here, all alone in the distance.
Bug tunnel breach.
Bud. Like fucking 3 bile tines on his body. Oh. Weird. Oh! I hit them with my nullifying ray. Gone now. I think there's like 2 bile tines sitting there. I think I saw 2. What? He's fucking... This random piece of spittle just came over. I just wasted a bunch in that. They only need to hit that with 500 kg. Excuse me, please, sir. A 380. Just walking. So if you guys didn't know, you can actually destroy the... No, basically a 380. If you guys didn't know, you can destroy the drill with... Stratagems.
Calling in reinforcements.
But...
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh. Excuse you. Let's see.
Requesting air support.
Oh, this is not... What? Oh, the other guy killed me. I love teammates. I love teammates. I was like, I'm pretty sure I was ranged. Did it bounce? Nope. We just died to a teammates cluster. Hey, don't worry about it, guys.
Sending in an eagle.
And I'm on fire. My teammate just killed me with an incinerator breaker. Cool. It wasn't the cluster bomb, guys. It was a teammate with an incinerator breaker.
Advanced weaponry.
3 weapons that you should be required to have a license for. 380s, cluster bombs, and incinerator breakers.
Reporting to the front.
And the more team kills you get, including killing yourself, kill enough, your license gets taken away. And in the case of Incinerator Breaker, it's not about killing someone, it's about using a syringe up. Using a syringe counts as a kill.
Got a sample.
Nice shit. They go in the hole. Hey, sure, all my shit's all over the place here. And then someone fell in a hole. Someone picked up my samples, too. Fell in the hole with samples, probably. Let's just go off on our own. Bye, teammates.
Tagging map. North.
We've had 2 deaths so far, and they're both to teammates.
Found something. Enemy elite. North. 100 meters. Dropping a pin. West. 300 meters.
I go north after this guy shows up here.
Rare sample acquired.
Enemy elite. Northeast.
They're following me right now. North.
Calling in orbital strike.
Yep. South, because now they're following me north. Flag them on the nest and then we'll leave. That.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Now we'll run off.
Requesting sentry.
No longer available.
Calling down a support
They'll think we're still here, even though we aren't.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Calling in reinforcements.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Go. There you go.
Requesting air support.
Might think it's heartless until you realize I do much better on my own.
Reinforcing.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Usually. Bots turns into a shit show.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting air support. I got the terminal.
Yep. Let's see.
Requesting orbital strike. Guard tunnel breach. New mag. Reloading. Guard tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
What is it called if you like playing games with people but not near them? Like, I enjoy the co-op aspect of this game, but I don't actually enjoy playing near people that I'm trying to help. What even is that?
Engaging terminal.
Pretty easy one.
Requesting air support. New mag.
Ah, he's dead.
You have accomplished
But
liberty's will. Extracting your discretion. Tagging map.
that's in the water. I'm gonna go east to the radar. Help them out over there. Unfortunately, we can't actually pick up the extra nests because we don't know where they are because of spores. Even if we get the radar, we aren't going to be able to find them. Map doesn't have spores, does it? No, it's spores. Just leaving?
New mag. Calling in extraction.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Requesting advanced
150 guys.
Requesting jetpack.
That's there too. All the good things. End of the game is a shit show whether or not they stay behind or wait for me, or if... Samples you have? You can't, can you? Like, I just see overall samples of everyone. Go. It was definite poopatry.
I got the terminal. Ending in an eagle. Say hello to democracy.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Pretty good.
Sending in an eagle.
Almost 180.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements. I'm on it.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
I guess they're getting it on right away. But I don't think I have much in the way of samples, so it doesn't really matter much if we extract without me. Oh, there's a Shrike nest here. Oh, we missed a Seif as well. Shrike is Stalker nest here.
Pelican 1.
But take care of that real quick. Or attempt to.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
I believe it's fine. But... Oh, we're speed running. Okay, got more samples here.
Reinforcing.
Reinforcing.
Mag's empty.
Sounds like he died to stalkers. Okay, we don't have time to pick shit up. We have time to deceive. Plenty of time for our teammates to actually come and help if they wanted to instead of just leaving. But, you know, we'll run to the pad because they're probably getting giddy. You're ready to just get on and leave me anyways. No, Joel. No. I know you don't like my Better Diver's Guide.
My life for super!
Yep. Oh, they waited, guys.
Objective located.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
What the fuck is L2 doing? Dive. When you get stuck like that, you dive.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Off we go. For a better day, guys.
Victory was never in doubt.
Yeah. Did get some samples. I'm guessing 20 samples. We lost a few at the beginning there when the other guy picked them up. Almost no kills. Be 150. Apparently not 20 samples. No, maybe 5? 10 samples. 10 samples. We're going to go with 10. 10 samples, guys. Oh, are we not going to get to see the end score? No! Oh, and as far as difficulty goes, when we landed, that was very difficult. When the guy left, it got a lot easier. And once again, I don't know why, but it did. So, no. Inner breakers. Pretty close. I said 150. Samples. Oh, I did extract 11. Okay.
We will fight on in the memory of those.
And the other guy went and dove into the hole with all the samples too. So. Let's see. We could go to Crooks, or we could try.
The struggle for managed democracy continues.
Try and find another.
We have no time to waste.
Nursery.
The bugs swarm across this planet. Choose where to make your stand.
Oh. Nurseries, that's kind of weird. Oh.
Allied destroyer coordinates.
Guess we're gonna go into Crooks.
Initiating FTL jump to the Crux system. FTL jump successful.
Alrighty.
Hellpods primed.
No scatter. Can't make fun of anyone. Take the usual kit. There's ye old commando user. How long do you think it's going to take before commando dies out? There's a lot of hype saying how amazing it is, which it clearly isn't. But Reddit thinks so. So how long do you think? I mean, Incendiary Breaker's still around. Not that Incendiary Breaker sucks, but it's also not that great. So you think people would just stop using it because it gets boring, right? If they don't. So. Wonder how long it'll be. The commando is clearly absolutely inferior to Quasar. as is the AT and the recoilless, as we talked about in the Better Divers Guide. Multiple entries for all of the above.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world.
One dive.
Requesting backpack.
Perfect.
Deploying equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
Hey, bud.
Throwing grenade. New man.
Aw. Miss. Shot through it. Very desync. Also shot through it again. Alright.
New man.
Dropping a pin. North.
Shooting through it. Oh!
Sending in an eagle.
That's gonna hit P1. I threw that too close. I think it's gonna go like that. No. That's most unfortunate.
Reinforcing.
That is another cluster bomb.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Not my license! Not my license, please. Leave my license alone. A lot of shit up north. Oh, we're on 1 life, too. Ah, all the good things, all at the same time? Definitely going north.
Tagging location. Northeast.
Oh, this is good. We're on a hell dive, I guess. Imagine. Imagine. Hell dive.
Marking location. Northeast.
Not Reddit dive, hell dive.
On my
Do
way.
I?
Engaging. I'll take it. Tagging location. North.
Are these some of these blown up and they're just visual? This might be bugged.
Thank you.
Yep. Not bugged, guys.
Marking location. Cancel that. Bug hole. North. 100 meters.
You have to stay near a team. Let's see. Right there. Hey guys.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Throwing grenade.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no
Requesting
longer
advanced
available.
weaponry. Rare sample acquired. Requesting sentry. Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters.
It's probably gonna do that.
Rare sample acquired.
On my position.
You may not gonna do that. What's going on here?
Reloading. Fire in the hole. Sample collected. I got the terminal.
Get rid of the snares. Close, they're in snares.
Calling down supplies. Bug tunnel breach.
Okay, we're gonna go right about here.
Requesting air support.
Or hopefully we'll be fine. C2 should be out of range. C2 is gonna run into it right now.
Say hello to democracy.
They were out of range.
Southeast. Close.
Might have thought I threw it across the... Hey guys, that's for you.
Sending in an eagle.
Have fun. Where did I drop the... They're there.
Engaging terminal.
Fuck you. Got it.
Southwest. 300 meters.
Good evening, Chassis. Cassie? Excuse me, YouTube just disconnected again, guys.
Have a taste of democracy.
And reconnected.
New mag.
Yeah. Probably gonna destroy the trees. I don't think we have enough time to do this, mainly resources. We have 18 minutes. Pretty sure if I leave my teammates alone, they're gonna die though, so. We're gonna finish off the trees. It's gonna take another 30. Yep. Let's see. Alright, well, let's go do the objectives since their teammates... Like, normally I love to go around and do the side objectives. This feels a little spicier than normal. Pretty sure our teammate's going to, we're gonna die here if I'm not careful.
Supplies. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Very juicy.
Orbital inbound. Supplies.
The guy's had a supply pack. Obviously, you reloaded me, you can pick it up off the ground, right? So, that's why I pointed it out, so he can refill himself. Docker nest? What is this?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Reloading.
Objective critical stratagem.
That's for you guys. Might reset my... Oh, that's not good. Did it land in? It did.
Get some! Get
Crowd
some!
clear a bit. Hey, bud. Oh.
We've got equipment. I got the terminal!
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Requesting air
Dropping a
support.
pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Oh!
Main payload.
Oh, we're dead.
Requesting air support.
Well, there's that. I think a lot of people don't actually realize you can destroy the drill with stratagems. It's like Meridia, but there's save points on the percentage, which apparently is now just 50%. It used to be like saved no matter what, now it's like 50% saves. Depending on how difficult it gets, that could actually be a pretty big deal.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Reloading. Calling
Not
down a
good.
support weapon.
5.
Calling in reinforcements.
There you go. Alright. Got him.
Joining the fray.
Butt plug. There's a lot of spicy hunters in here that I'm looking at, though. Okay, I think that's good. No, don't kill me. No, I have 1 life. I have to clutch here. I have to clutch. Need to look good. Get my ship.
Destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Yeah.
Engaging terminal.
Save to 50? No. What? Where are my bug holes? It's because there's a bug breach detected? It's still really weird how it works with bug breaches, where like we're on a primary objective and it doesn't actually just close the other bug holes and open ones near the objective, for instance, or just allow them to both happen at the same time. I assume it's something to actually make it so the game doesn't use too much CPU.
Thanks to you, you may proceed to extraction.
Yep.
New mag.
Reinforcing.
Reloading.
Aruga. What a nice guy! I'll give you a boop on the snoot. Boop! What a nice guy.
Rare sample acquired.
You just go to the bugs and you ask nicely for them to close the bug hole, and they do
Got a sample.
it. They do it for you.
South. 200
Oh, good.
meters.
All right.
Down a support weapon.
Yeah. There's no units here.
Reloading.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
For some reason, the director in the background's not spawning units, which sometimes happens.
Reloading.
Stemming you.
Throwing grenade. Let's reload.
We're gonna finish this before
Out of ammo.
it decides it wants to. I like that. Rip. Rip the director, guys. Let's see. I'm always kind of curious how it allocates spawns in the background to everything. Watching through a napalm field right now.
Orbital inbound.
Where they hide in some ammo? Nothing. Okay. Probably go this way, go south.
Calling in reinforcements.
They've definitely rearranged this, so this is like a tile inside of like a rocky area, which you normally never used to do. 'Cause they're too close to normal normal objectives, right? Like
Supplies.
I don't know, the other rocky structures is too close together, but they've made it so now they're like sliding them in between, which you kind of have to if they're on a rocky area. All right.
Sending in an eagle.
Normally, I'd say this is too close to the other rock outcroppings. Go south to the nest. I guess you're going to go do the artillery now? They made an executive decision, guys, to go do the artillery. Well, good. Glad we're wearing off on them.
Democracy!
Sending in an eagle.
They grow up so fast. There's another pack of med kits there, by the way, if we need them.
Requesting air support.
Ammo? Yes. It doesn't look like things are going too hot up there, though. We might just go to extract too. I'm not sure whether or not I want to do this. We'll take a look at see what's inside the hole here.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Another empty one.
Last reload!
Oh,
Package acquired. Dropping package.
all right.
Tunnel free! Sending in an eagle!
Need ammo. They're full already, so.
Get some! Get some!
Specifically, we need grenade rounds, and...
Package acquired.
Requesting air!
Dropping package.
Oh,
Here comes the cavalry.
good fucking shit.
Dropping package.
And there's a bile pen.
That's what I call liberty.
Package acquired! Dropping
We're gonna wait to see if we get another one. Go to. Go down here.
package acquired! Sending in an eagle! Dropping package!
Coming in hot.
You have to be real careful
How
of.
about a nice cup of liberty?
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Throwing grenade!
Stem. Hey, bud. You gatekeeping? Don't do it! Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me! I couldn't dive through, guys, and I hit the rock.
Calling down
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far.
Okay. Well, you know, stuff doesn't always go as planned, and I thought the Charger was going to charge, and he was gatekeeping, as he probably should do if he's a smart Charger Chan. Chargers generally aren't very smart, though, so.
Mag's empty! Reloading!
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Pretty good run up till that point, though.
Calling in reinforcements.
We're second, I believe.
Requesting air support!
Happy Montues, guys. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Mm-hmm. Good.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
I wish you could actually see, like, I could use the map. I don't know why you can't use tab to look at map and stuff right now. Like you can in the game. Program it in, or what?
Marking location.
Oh. It isn't actually a gas geyser. He thought it was a gas geyser.
Speed your step, Helldiver.
No. Good evening, Dizzy. Hi. Happy fucking Tuesday.
Calling down a support weapon!
Good.
Support weapon.
Oh, Commando. Wow. I wish I could look at the map right now and see their position compared to everything else. Those are Joel barrels. Joel barrels are there just to kill you. That's why I blow them up all the time.
Sample collect.
If something random hits him, he dies. So you don't want that, as it turns out. Reminder.
Calling in
There you go.
reinforcements.
Sometimes people are busy, sometimes they don't notice the timer. Yeah.
Point B to
All right.
enemy.
Extraction when ready.
My shit, if I remember right, is on.
300 meters.
Gotta be really careful here. Because if we get surrounded, we're gonna die. We can always roll a stim if we need to. Holy fucking shit. Brown's alive, guys. Let's go back around the side here. If I remember right, we have meds over here.
Democracy.
But be right here.
Right on target.
Supplies.
P2 needs them. He's on the side though. Let's see.
Calling in extraction.
Someone took my quasar. That's fine. Another one.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle
Sending in
inbound.
an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
All right. Someone picked up the samples though. My clout is gone. It's like I did nothing this mission. No one will even know. Where are my samples, guys? I do feel as though it should show samples picked up as opposed to samples extracted. Because, you know, I guess if you extract, does it really matter? Does it really matter? I don't know. But at the same time, if you're not picking them up in the first place, you're not really the one that did it, right?
Reinforcing.
Who gets the credit, guys? Excuse me.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Lots of smalls now. Not seen a lot of charges or anything. Smalls aren't enough. All depends if they want us to extract or not, I guess.
New man. How'd you like the taste of
Allied
freedom?
destroyer has left the squadron.
Yep.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
For prosperity.
Then there it is. Lots of smalls.
Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its
New
way.
man. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
ETA T-minus 1
There that goes. Joel trying to show me the fruition of his labor to send massive amounts of units at us. If you get enough of those stalkers, by the way, that do tick damage, you will 100% die. Where they just like dive in and hit you no matter what. It's like
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
oh, we lost it.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Bro! Lazy Dog, what are you doing, man? You're in my way, man. Fuck off.
10 seconds.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Say hello to democracy.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Last reload.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
Alright.
seconds.
Bye.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Off we
beginning
go.
ascent.
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
GG, guys.
Deploying Helldiver.
Oh, luckily Demon Lord _141 joined just in time. Saved us.
Covered from the brink, guys.
What did we arrive? We arrived with 1 reinforcement, which I promptly used up by killing someone with a cluster. Joel's saying right now, I'm gonna take away your fucking cluster license. You got some samples too? I definitely need to get on early, guys. I don't know why our podcasts are lasting like 2 hours, especially tonight where I didn't have time anyways. Fucking crazy. A lot of shit to cover on Reddit. Add to the Better Divers Guide. Recover, or recap from yesterday's stream as well. Alrighty. Oh, we beat up the guy we arrived after. That was a juicy one. Yeah. Spicy bugs, finally. Easy mode bugs suck.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Right. At the end, there was a bunch of smalls. The entire mission was not full of smalls, though. It wasn't until right at the end, after I died at the bug nest, that we started seeing a shitload of smalls, right? Either way, Nursery tends to be the best, still, consistently, relatively consistently the best challenging bug experience. Not always, and it doesn't always seem to be correlative with Crooks, though, but oftentimes seems like a Crooks is more difficult as well. I don't know why.
Hellpods primed.
It's not the unit. The unit compositions could be all over the place in Crooks, but...
Orbit synchronized.
No scatter, 380, someone has mines with no booster. What is going on here? Alright, well, someone has a spear with a grenade launcher and a pack. Am I seeing this right? What is B-Mix23 doing? Like, why? Why is this here? Did he think he took an EAT? Maybe he thought he took an EAT. Alright. Well, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. Yes, we're gonna take Vitality. Weirdly enough, there's actually plenty of instances where people don't take Vitality. I think it has a lot that stems from the idea earlier that, a lot of people were using the Vitality when the game first came out, and like they got bored of it or something, but it's just like a booster slot, like you don't actually really use it. But in my opinion, it's probably one of the best stratagems of the game right now. So if you don't break a leg, for instance, it stops you from using a stim.
Down a support weapon.
Oh, this looks good. What's going on here, guys? Yeah, that's not good.
Freedom never.
Tim's still rolling. Ah. Hey, bud. I missed, apparently. This is not where we want to be. Okay, luckily you didn't spit on me. Another Biofane way over there. Been farming enough. You're fat enough, Biofane. Time to eat the... Fucking mines here. Through the cylinder. Go on a diet, man. We've eaten enough Helldivers. We might actually have to be really careful so don't step on anything here. I think they're all gone, but usually when you think all the mines are gone is when you step on the mines and they kill you, so. Another Biofane. I think we're going to try gathering them up and two for them. Hey, he's gone. Jim's rolling. Got some very aggressive hunters right now. Cut. Extremely aggressive hunters. And my teammate just threw a grenade on me. Would like to get around the side here so we can actually do some crowd clear. Right there. The platform. I just got insta-killed. Extremely juicy cluster bomb. I said cluster bombs need to be brought down in terms of number of charges, and napalm needs to be brought up. Napalm not only does not do that, but it lasts on the ground longer. And then kind of screws you. Even though the effectiveness of the napalm on the ground is actually relatively poor.
Engaging terminal.
Fine. I haven't. By the way, we haven't had the buried panel like since like last week, so they fixed that. They must have hotfixed it at some point. Even though it's like hovering, that is much better than having it sit on the ground. So. Mine.
I got the terminal.
Mine.
Tagging location. Never mind.
E2's dead.
Calling in reinforcements.
All right. I think he lost his shit in the hole, but we'll see here. Oh, he's fine. Grab that. Poo-poo tree? Guys.
Have a taste of democracy.
Down half our reinforcements, guys, and we still have 2 nests to kill. Do this though.
Heavy northeast. Close. Reloading.
Escort or strike nest? It's totally patrol. Pretty good. Let's see. The north. Must be. That's either a poo-poo tree or another light nest. I'm pretty sure that's a poo-poo tree. It's too small. Wonder what's over there, guys. We'll go around the east side of it. Good angle. Since our teammates are running out of lives here. That is death water. Rip samples. We didn't actually go in and die. Alright. Poo-poo tree?
Reinforcing.
Strike nest, not a poo-poo tree.
Reinforcing.
Were we in range or did those spawn because I fired at it? We're in range now. I don't think we originally were, though. Let's see, my teammate's behind me. We have enough space where we can do cluster raid about here.
Requesting air support.
That. Hopefully my teammates don't run into it, the tail end of it. It should be safe otherwise.
New mag!
Woo! Okay. Do another. Right there.
Ending in an eagle!
And hopefully they don't run into the tail end. There is basically no one that does parallel airstrikes, so people expect it to not come at them. But the cluster bomb has a very long tail on it.
Reloading!
Like, didn't I? Apparently I didn't. One or two here? Two.
Calling in a hell bomb!
Get a bile pen. Where the fuck did you come from?
Calling in reinforcements.
Ow. That guy is very feisty. Hey, bud. No, we're fine. Thank you for your concern. I am okay. I don't need my nails done today. I appreciate it, though.
Requesting air support!
Leave the chargers, not the charger, the bile plane's stuck.
Enemy down, baby.
Reloading!
There you go. Very spicy get. Holy fuck. Fuck off, Leaf Dog. And is this Stalker? No. Holy fucking shit. We actually might need teammates to help out here. What are our teammates doing? They're shooting and stuff.
Calling down supply! Sending in an eagle!
Crowd clear here. I don't know if this even affects the nest. We're gonna find out here. That was a mortar, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what that was. Yeah. Finally got rid of that.
Requesting air support!
Alrighty. Take care of the nest. I believe this is a normal nest. This isn't actually...
Location, east.
Bug outpost spotted! Prepare to exterminate! Requesting air support!
Unleashing democracy.
See, oh! Whole assassination squad out again. We have a failure to cluster bomb, guys.
Requesting tac-tac! Feels good! Sample collected. Rare sample acquired. Requesting advanced
Pick up.
weaponry. Sending in an eagle!
There you go.
Say hello to the
I'm still contemplating swapping off for...
Calling down a support weapon. Calling in reinforcements.
Have to remember to spacebar.
Sample collected.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Fucking shit. Okay. Oh, we didn't make it. That's not...
Reinforcements.
Yeah. Ha ha ha! Yeah, okay, Joel. So the hunters are kind of shit in that when you find them... Holy shit, look at all the guys on my body.
My life pursuer.
No. Let me get my gear back, excuse you. Hunters, like the really aggressive ones, will oftentimes always just hit. It's almost like they're guaranteed to hit on you, which is not optimal. And then if you get enough of them, they just take you down, and basically there's nothing you can do about it.
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah. Let's see, look for the dildo. One over here.
Reloading.
Is this it?
Calling down a support weapon.
No, I think it's over here. I don't think it's a stalker nest. I'm pretty sure this is just the nest. Nursery.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Rare sample acquired.
We'll expedite this as their teammates are busy trying to stay alive and they can't really figure out what they're supposed to do right now. Oh! Dead. Running.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been.
This one I have no idea where to stand. Let's go up here.
Bug tunnel breach.
Hey, no! Okay.
Requesting fortification.
Jesus Christ. So in this case, this reminds me of Pre-Meridia, specifically tonight, which is we're running into a scenario in which I can't kill them fast enough, like the fodder I can't kill fast enough to actually, like, outpace him. This even happened with the plasma grenade launcher back then. And it results in either having to take a fully automatic weapon or more than likely take spray and pray. Spray and pray obviously having issues with larger units. At the time I was using the autocannon, so... Or just a normal shotgun, to be perfectly honest. Tried a lot of different things during Meridia. The week of Meridia, not the Meridia weekend, or the game mode for Meridia. Have to asterisk that. Speaking of someone using the spray and pray, it's like he knew. How would you know? The only thing the spray and pray is good for is a bunch of small fodder. That's it. I don't. Okay, maybe you didn't know, or maybe you didn't know, guys. I was thinking a little bit too much on that. I believe we're up first.
Reinforcing.
Pretty sure they got my samples, so we'll just take an alternate kit.
Found something.
Yeah, like we're actually, because there's so many enemies, and because you have to finagle, when you actually use the plasma grenade launchers, as you guys see, like I have to maneuver the mobs so that I don't shoot myself, right? And when they get in close to you, that is very difficult to do. It becomes more difficult. The more there are, the harder it is to do, especially when you're trying to corral them. Give it a shot, though. Good ol', I'll let you try here. Get the butt plug? They did. Let's see. Guess we run towards the 380.
Calling down fortification.
Why?
Bug outpost spotted.
Ah.
Sending in an eagle. Reloading.
Do work. Hey guys, that's not what we want. There we go.
Sending in an eagle.
Alright. If you mistype 500, it comes out at the cluster. It comes out as 500.
Sending in an eagle. On tunnel breach.
And pick up some samples.
Requesting air support.
Oh my god, the FPS.
That's called democracy!
Want to be here anymore? We're gonna leave.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support!
That is definitely getting out of control. There's mines here. Those aren't. I thought those were. I thought those were emulation grenades. Those are most definitely not emulation grenades.
Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah, that minefield I talked about earlier. Yeah, it's still there. But
Request approved. Reinforcements have been
Sending
launched.
in an eagle!
probably gonna hit the tree because I gave the wrong angle. Yeah.
On its way.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
It hit it. It stopped spitting. I don't think so. Oh, it's trying to stake me. Alright, let's try this again. Pretty sure I didn't hit it, so we're gonna do it again.
Requesting air support!
Yeah.
Attack underway.
That should hit. There he goes. I'll waste some 500 kg, guys.
My arm! Sending in an eagle!
It should be fine.
Here comes the cavalry.
Get some! Get some!
Hey, down central. Let's see. Bro. I was like, there's no way you didn't just throw that where it was and look directly at me.
Have a taste of democracy! Reloading! Requesting notification!
Yeah.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Requesting air support!
I don't think they'll hit 01. He's pretty far to the side. He might though.
That's called democracy!
I think I hit him. Maybe I hit him. He's way off to the side.
Reinforcing!
I got the terminal.
You don't want to be here anymore.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I also don't want to be here.
How'd you like
Died before I could shoot him.
tagging map? North, 300 meters.
Ah, guys, bugs tonight are fucking spicy. At least these are. Oh, well, we did the first round on like Crimsico, didn't we? I always remember the old Charger guys before Reddit got their grubs on them. Remember old Charger Chan? Yeah. That's not good. Okay. We're on the side. Too much fodder there.
Let's reload!
Let's go there. Get our, good. They're 500 kgs back. A pre-stim here.
Supplies.
Reinforcing.
He's gonna step. He's gonna fucking step.
Extraction is available.
Yep. Never-ending buggles. Oh, I see samples. I see samples. If you fire the grenade launcher right after you pull it out, it shoots high every single time. For like first 200 ms, it'll shoot high. 100 ms. I have to remember, by the way, that I don't have auto vault on. But I think we've basically spent the entire night without a single hiccup, without having run auto vault on, because we have a key, right? I don't fucking remember to do it. So let's head to extraction. Did you just go swimming? You might have. There is so much shit here, guys.
Requesting air support.
This is regroup and retreat. What would that be called? Collectively retreat? Okay. My God. Nope. No.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Let's see.
Requesting air support.
Tagging location. East. Dropping a pin. Northeast. Close.
I can't get that. It's on the other side. Now we're split up by... No, A2. No, A2. Did you literally just...
Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle.
be able to see that? It looks like he's safe now.
Democracy's on its way.
New mag. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Pretty close. He's safe. Looked like he was about to get mobbed. Death water! Death water! Death water!
Say hello to democracy!
There's a stalker there.
Marking location, north.
That's a stalker.
Heavy, northeast.
I don't know if this is all the bugs or just... Yeah, okay, we're going to the pad. And 01 decided to go around... Probably can't go around that side of the lake. Went around the wrong side. The way the Dagobah works, guys, is there's usually a giant horseshoe-shaped lake, and you can't go around the other end of it. Sometimes you can, but usually you can't. You'll go over there and find out that it's basically just, like, really close, but far enough away where you can't actually dive across it. Joel is full of cucks on this map. He loves cucking you. Yeah, he probably just tried diving across the water and died.
Calling down a support weapon.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
There has to be a poo-poo tree here. There's a lot of poo-poo.
Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah, there's a stalker nest for sure.
Requesting fortification. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
See, now am I supposed to feel bad about throwing a fucking cluster bomb in a good position over there? I don't think I'm supposed to. That's literally gonna blow up all the fucking mines over there, but that's an optimal spot to throw in a cluster bomb. I'm not gonna wait to try and do it. Another reason the mines suck is literally right there where you just suck. Always CPU lag. The optimal spot for mines is usually an optimal spot for a stratagem, and mines suck a lot more than stratagems do.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Southeast. Close.
Throw another one over there. I can fire in a KGM.
Have a taste of democracy.
Okay.
Sending in an eagle.
1 minute.
Reinforcing.
Paste.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh.
Sending in an eagle.
Dude, bugs tonight are fucking intense as shit. Maybe I pissed off Joel. Good. Let the anger run through you, Joel. Let's see what you can do. For far too long, Reddit has capped your abilities. Keep holding you down. I perfectly understand. I loathe Reddit. I loathe Reddit as well.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
That's a spicy one.
Get some!
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
That's actually far enough away. See, that's actually a good 380. Not that 380 is a good stratagem, but that's far enough away in which basically it's out of range of us. I swear you can't even throw it that far. It's out of range of us, but is actually good for the enemies that are over there. Almost everyone will use.
Objective located.
Pelican 1 preparing.
Almost everyone will use a 380 like a 120, like way too close, and then it kills your entire team, or it pushes everyone out. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 01. We saw you dive into the water down south. So, I mean, come on, man. Good. Good. Joel, you are becoming one with the bug side. Else tried shackling you. I set you free. Oh, today guys have been spicy. Reddit? I fucking got in like a long-term argument with I'm pretty sure it was a kid on Discord. I don't really know. Like, that's where we started talking about at the beginning of the stream. Just like, didn't understand something, and like, no matter how you reworded it, he wouldn't understand it. It was really fucking weird. And then, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he did understood it, but then he started going to like weird nuances and catch-alls and shit. Like, you know, where people try to get things on technicalities. Yeah, it was something. That was like fucking 3 hours of my day. I'm just never getting that back again. Ooh, what is this? This is 800 kills, 1,000, 1,700 kill. And these were not small units.
victorious once more.
By the way, if you hit R when you're typing, it brings up the...
has left squadron.
like if I go like this and I hit R, right as I hit enter, it brings up the... Hey, you want a hug? You can have a hug. Yeah, let's blend our juices. There you go. That's pretty good. Not at 1800, but 1700 is pretty good. I think we had someone drop in late, too. Oh, yeah. It's like doing that makes it all worth it. Like, we've played so many fucking bug missions where they're easy mode, and then you get one like that is... We had to legit run away from there some areas. It's like the other mission. That's good shit. I don't know if it's going to be transferable to non-nursery missions, but it might. Someone's talking about me. Like, if we just go randomly take a look at another planet here...
Look at this disgusting infestation. Deploy to the planet and expunge it.
We take a look at another planet here. Will we have the same sort of game? It's specifically like crooks and nurseries. Although we've had one hatchery that did it too. But this game is fantastic. Guys, bugs in this game when they're easy are boring. I keep saying it. Bugs in this game when they're easy are boring. Bugs and bots are more fun. Bugs when they're challenging are much, much better than anything else in the game. Scatter, no scatter. Actually extremely enjoyable when you're just hanging on by the seat of your pants, dodging everything, trying to run away. It's like fucking, it's a better version of Dark Souls. Not the same thing as fighting bosses, but you still actually fight bosses in this game, like the Biotensive Chargers. One of the reasons that people had problems with the Biotensive Chargers, so you actually have to fight them in specific ways, right? People don't like that, they just want to pull the trigger and shoot them. So... Today was something. I don't know. Mondays are one thing, guys, and really I'm not a big fan. Like, Mondays don't matter to me that much, but like Mondays today, crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Not sure landing on the hive was the correct call, but
Requesting advanced weaponry!
yeah. Whoop! That's death. Alright. Well, change your plans, guys. Oh. And you came from this direction.
Calling in reinforcements!
I can hear more spawning. We're going to preload.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Rare sample acquired.
Blow it up right away. It looks like they're getting stuck, so the pathfinding is getting them stuck on the edge there. They thought they actually could get over to me over there, and then they just got stuck in the corner. I'm telling you, Joel, you know, the Unity engine has adopted flow field pathfinding. There's guides to it on Google, so, you know, maybe it's not directly convertible from A-Star, but, you know, maybe it might be a pretty cool idea. Just help deal with situations like that.
Requesting air support.
So far looking pretty good, and YouTube just DC'd again. Fucking DC's too today. Oh my god. Spicy weekend. Spicy weekday. Can 500 kg this guy. The question is, do I want to 500 kg this guy? I've already hit him twice. I assume my teammates have stuff.
Ending in an eagle.
Oh, what the f. Okay, dude. Did I just prompt you? Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And normally we'd cluster bomb right here, but we can't because our teammate's right here.
Engaging terminal. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I need that. Where is
Rare
that?
sample acquired. Bug tunnel breach. I need supplies.
That's gone.
Supplies.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, there's a lot of aggressive shit here.
Requesting air support.
Apparently I dropped it while landing. I'm dead. I am 100% dead. There's like no way I'm going to survive this. That actually went exactly the same way that I ran. That's not where I was looking when I fell, but that is exactly where it landed.
Requesting orbital strike.
Ah.
Calling in reinforcements.
Democracy has landed.
But holy shit, guys. That's what I wanted to do earlier, but I couldn't because I actually, when I landed, it flopped me.
Get some! Get some!
Reinforcing.
100% gonna get hit by a.
Advanced inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Eat that!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Got it. There is so much shit here, guys. Holy fucking shit! Oh! What is going on here?
I need supplies.
He's pinged it was over here.
Calling down a sentry.
There it is.
Injury? What injury?
Almost completely untouched. There's another case here, too. Holy fuck, guys.
Requesting air support.
I think he's just gonna kill us.
Calling in orbital strike.
Did Behavior Specialist Joel get back or something today? Like, holy cow. We kind of saw this yesterday, but this is crazy.
New man.
Very good. Gas still here?
I got the terminal.
Dropping a pin. West, 100 meters.
Second time I typed it in, it was, what you guys doing? Second time I typed it in was not an error. First time was an error, but it still, for some reason, errored out. I don't know why. Oh. Blood in the water. Oh. Fortunately, these guys are throwing AoE shit on top of it. We prompted him, apparently. No. There. Oh, he might die anyways. The reason I stopped doing that is because I was afraid to hit teammates.
Requesting air support. A taste of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tagging map. East, 100 meters.
You fucking shit, guys. Oh, jeez.
New man.
We need to remember where that ammo case is from earlier.
Reloading. How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Phil thinks I can use a stratagem, when in fact we're going old school. Pretty spicy guy. Whenever you see those guys hopping around like that, guys, you gotta kill them right away, otherwise they'll do tick damage to you or hit you. There's another one. The alphas, you 100% have to kill those. Another one back there. Heck, you know, it's like a dog wanting to play. Only playing with you involves killing you. You fucking set me on fire with your incinerator breaker. I swear to God, we're gonna have words here. Like, okay. Nothing you guys have done so far has helped me out. Jesus Christ. And we're gonna gobble the last one here for my grenade pistol. Yeah. Right. Let's go west. Be fine. We're gonna throw that in there. Yep.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Okay.
Tagging map. West. Far.
Perpendicular or parallel, depending on how you look at it. Vile Titan that just got up over there. I'm gonna go west. We'll take a look to see if we can see Shrike Nest or... What are you guys looking at? What are you looking at over there, huh? Huh? Didn't Joel hard program you to come after me?
Requesting air support.
It's all fun and games till they're 100% accurate, by the way. Yeah. Thanks for the likes on TikTok, by the way. Appreciate it, guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
New man. Requesting air support.
Bug tunnel breach.
Yeah. Is this looted, or... That was looted. Check north. So there's definitely a poo-poo tree over there from the looks of it.
Found something.
Also, if you guys are curious why I ever tilt my screen, if you notice, the visibility is different at the edges of your screen as opposed to the center. Center hides things much better. Another alpha. Make those gleeful chirping sounds and start hopping around like you're their fuck next meal. You know, it's time to kill them. Go.
Terminate hive structure.
New mag. Found something. Rare sample acquired.
Oh, geez, guys. Stick together with the rest of the team right now purely because this is relatively difficult. Otherwise, I normally run off on my own. And we'll do what you can't do with one. Get him around the edge too. But you can't do with precision strike, guys. Crowd clear. As well as closing multiple things at the same time. Unless you're the guy on Reddit that can throw it right next to two buildings that always exist right next to each other to do to kill them. How are you still alive? Yep. Stalker nest. Okay. Check for for ammo. Definitely getting a build-up again. We mentioned this before, like, when comparing bots versus bugs, obviously there's a difficulty thing. Right, I think that's the guy over here. Obviously there's a difficulty thing, right? Just bots are definitely going to be more difficult no matter what. But with bots, you almost never full clear, right? There's just shit walking around the map that you just, especially when things get bad, that you just can't get rid of. Bugs, on the other hand, you almost always are able to full clear. But when things get, like tonight, for instance, when they're getting kind of out of control, it's getting to the point where we aren't clearing all the bugs. Ah, the team kill gun.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Did you kill the stalker nest? You did.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Got a sample.
Bug tunnel breach.
Engaging terminal.
Excuse you. Oh. Not where we want to be. Yeah. Feels a lot like things let up right now. Not sure why we aren't getting bug holes. It could be because G1's doing the objective. Once again, how bug holes work in this game is really weird, because I'm pretty sure G1 is doing the objective right now, which is spawning bug holes over there, so then we didn't get any bug holes here. And then, like, the free bug holes can't spawn either. So. What? Just choose to sit around the drill to die? Was that a life choice you just made? I think it is. It is also humid as shit right now, guys. Absolutely humid as shit. Spicy.
North, 100 meters. Objective located.
Monday.
Northwest.
Ah. Maybe the humidity is making people crazy. Rats make me crazy, man.
Found something.
Rats make me crazy.
Package
Then
acquired.
they lock me in a rubber room. Rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy.
Requesting orbital strike.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Got easier from the looks of it. That might be have something to do with the bug holes. And they're spawning at G1 right now.
Dropping package.
Died while drinking water.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
That's death water. So, not where you want to go. Guys.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
You can definitely split up bugs and make things easier if you just split up in general. Yeah, so he just has a bunch of bugs over here.
Dropping package acquired.
I got Eagle 1 off in the distance. Is that new? A plug?
Dropping package acquired.
Is that on my side or their side? That's on their side.
Tagging location.
Requesting
West.
advanced weaponry.
Feels
Alright.
good.
Haha, ha, yeah, I was trying to help a teammate. About here?
Tagging map. West. 300 meters. Found something.
There you go. God, Joel, I'm just trying to help people out, and you penalize me so much.
You mad? Sending in an eagle.
Orbital strike.
That's a good one.
Freedom.
Dropping a pin. 200 meters.
How did I only kill 11? Like, this is the weird thing about the cluster bomb. Is sometimes it's really good, and we just got like a perfect run on that guy.
Requesting air support.
We got a perfect run on those guys that are just walking in front of us. And did like nothing.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters.
You guys broken? No.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Hey, bud. Oh my god, no name!
Northeast.
Hi, hi.
300 meters.
Hope you're having a wonderful bug-filled day. So guys, if you're playing this game right now, if you are interested in challenge, the bugs right now are very challenging, at least on Crooks and Nurseries. Very spicy games. Even this one's pretty decent. Most of the stuff was over by Orange over here.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Yeah, it's...
Calling down a support
Wait.
weapon.
You never actually got the drill off. What?
Sample collected.
Objective
You're just stealing our bug holes?
New mag.
If we were out of ammo, that would have been a med kit otherwise.
100 meters.
Grenade
Reloading.
pistol's great for crowd clear on very small units, by the way. If you're curious about that. Lots of
New
smalls.
mag. I got the terminal.
I swear to God, I hear like music playing in the background, like someone's typing on an organ or something. Not just on Crooks.
Say hello to democracy.
Totally, it's probably some sort of weird Illumina teaser or something.
Bug tunnel free.
They're in your mind. Took the
I need supplies.
supplies. Where they are.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Okay. Run. Okay. Oh. I can't fucking tell what his smoke is. Looks like it ends there.
Requesting air support. Buckeye. I need supplies.
Yeah. I don't know if it's done or if the gas strike killed it.
Engaging
Done.
terminal.
Alright. You guys can stay here if you want. It's fine by me. So I pinged the...
Another triumph for managed to
I pinged the super samples. It looks like they didn't collect them across the map. In the right direction, doesn't matter what it looks like.
Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters. I'll take it.
And, okay, I guess we got free root supplies.
Calling in
Ah! Thanks, Laze Dog! Yeah, shoot my body, haha. Thanks, Laze Dog, I appreciate it. We just got lobotomized by Laze Dog. Did you touch my samples? Did Blue just eat my samples? He totally did, didn't he? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Watching you, Blue. We're gonna go run around the map while these guys are playing around with the bugs and grab the super samples that were missed earlier. Definitely, like, the plasma grenade launcher, guys, definitely a double-edged sword and something that can, like, has a skill cap to it. I don't know if we can get across here. We'll find out shortly. Tried crossing, like, right there. Skill ceiling to it, so you can actually, like, there is actually a benefit. No, we can't. There is a benefit to using it, even if there's downsides to it. It's like the best relationship, right? Pros and cons. And dealing with swarms of bugs is pretty good. But then you get too many of them, it's no longer good at it. Yeah, because they get up in your face. Good stuff, guys.
Requesting sentry.
Whether or not they choose to lift off without me remains to be seen. This is going to take a little bit.
Extraction request confirmed.
Actually, we should be fine. I think 2 minutes is enough time. We tried crossing right here and almost died.
Tac pack inbound.
That almost looks like you can swim it, right? But you can't. If only I raised my citizen level guys high enough, if only Reddit believed in me, I'd be able to swim that. But I can't. Guys that know, when you get to a high enough citizenry level, you can actually swim across water. Yeah. But it is undemocratic to know how to swim if you don't have the correct citizenry level, so you drown. Because obviously if you if you swim that's it's treason. So everyone drowns instead. Oh, there it is. So it's a lot less painful if they grabbed it earlier. Hey guys.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Guys to excuse me and move out of the way. Enough time for this.
Ending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
Get some.
Take care of the larger units and crowd clear. Hey, look, guys, we just got a 25 bomb on a 500 kg. Oh my god, Reddit says the radius is so small. There's no way you can actually do anything with the radius, guys. It's so bad. 500 kg needs buffs. 500 kg needs buffs, guys. We get fucked if we're not careful, though.
Requesting air support.
And back. That was off target. Bounced.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I don't have no idea how to use 500 kg, but it needs buffs. Please, God. Arrowhead, why do you hate us so much? 500 kg should kill everything. It should be a mini nuke. Go through terrain. No downsides to it. Just kills everything all the time.
Say hello to democracy.
Oh. And cluster is extremely good.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Right there.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry.
Out there.
Administering freedom.
You got border running, apparently.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
They're not. They wait for me. Remains to be seen. Stop it. Stop it.
Advanced weaponry.
So apparently you can actually dodge the charger while running parallel to it.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
And
Pelican 1, landing in progress.
oh, we get to see whether or not they leave or not. That's not what I want. There we go. Take damage so we can use a stim. And we can run really fast. I should have done this earlier. My God, they're waiting. What a bunch of nice guys. Coming in with the pink guys. Like I mentioned before, guys, when it's a pub lobby and you go and do stuff like that, is you're just throwing dice on whether or not they're going to lift off without you. There's no way of knowing. But super samples.
Marking location.
Oh.
Thank you.
Bunch of nice guys.
Objective located.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
I assume they saw me grab the super sample so that, you know, worth waiting, right? Yes, D2, you're beautiful.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
What a nice flamethrower you have.
Victory was never in doubt.
By the way, guys, earlier, I kind of feel bad about this. Earlier when I mentioned, just as clarification here, earlier when I mentioned why I deal with Reddit and why I go on there, and I mentioned it's fun to make fun of people that are stupid, it implies the idea that people that are stupid, like, it's like a Dunning-Kruger thing, where they actually think they're really smart, and they'll try and basically, like, trying to word this properly. Like, they think you're right, no matter what. They think they're right no matter what, but they clearly aren't. Like, we're just talking about the 500 kg, right? But there's, like, no way of reasoning with it, and I find it fucking hilarious. Because at the end of the day, like, it just doesn't matter what they say, more or less, because they're just saying something that's wrong. Like, we had a guy a couple days ago, putting aside what I was just joking about, we had a guy a couple days ago that legit said the... Let's see, real quick here. 600, 1100... 13, maybe 1400 kills.
Engaging.
We had legit a guy a couple days ago that said the orbital precision strike has a bigger radius than the 500 kg. But you know that's accurate if you you don't know how line of sight works with 500 kg. The 500 kg obviously adheres completely to line of sight. Like if you have like rocks or something in front of it, if it's not clear in open area. It obviously will be very much limited, right? It's like almost like flying, shining a flashlight.
Take command of the galaxy's liberation.
So decent, but not anywhere near the 1700 we got it earlier tonight. Let's see if we can find something here. Hey, bud.
Choose an operation and strike.
Be coming to their aid. But anyways, it's not necessarily even like people that are being dumb. That's a better way of not stupid people, but rather people that are being really dumb. Let's go with that. People that are being really dumb, but think they're absolutely correct. But like when we talk things out on stream, it's pretty obvious that they aren't. Like there's a lot of things where I have differences between my stream and what Reddit says, and even other streamers, which I generally consider a good thing. Because if you play, do we have Scatter? Who can we make fun of? Ha ha! He has a railgun. That means that railgun can miss. It's a 5-minute cooldown, guys. Ha ha ha! This guy has airburst. Literally, the most lethal stratagem you can take with Scatter is airburst. Because it can land in the wrong spot and kill you. Airburst is very good at killing your teammates if it's in the wrong area. And Scatter does that. And Joel loves throwing it down on your face. But either way, trying to clarify here, guys, like, it's not particularly, like, it made it sound really bad, but in fact, I'm talking about people that just think they're right when they clearly aren't, and they're just being really dumb about things. And it's just, I'm in a completely different ballpark because they aren't really, like, either they don't pay attention to stuff because they aren't very observant, or they don't collect data, or they're relying on word of mouth, or maybe what their friends are saying. And at the end of the day, they just end up in a completely different area of me, and that obviously just makes me look, when you're right, makes you look really good. And it's also fucking hilarious when it's happening. But that aside, and it's not necessarily anything to do with he said, she said scenario either, where it's like, no, you can't be right because you think you're right. Obviously includes proving you're right, right? So it includes logical, rational arguments with points or things that you're talking about, which we talked extensively about game balance on the game itself, right? Let's see, we're down a life. They are 6 minutes in. Exactly what these guys are doing. Colonel. Let's see.
I'm on it.
You reverse. There it is.
I got the
This,
terminal.
do that. Alright. Get them set up. Let's go over here. I think there's a poo-poo tree here. But anyways, it reminds me a lot of playing Dead by Daylight, where like the common consensus among the community is drastically different than what I was seeing on stream and things that I was talking about. And you're able to figure it out basically through, you know, repetition and just like performing well is basically what it comes down to. So like if I'm getting like fucking 700 kills in a match and I'm not just like trying to kill small units, you know, maybe it's a good indicator that I kind of know what I'm talking about, or at least enough to perform well in the game, right? But that's also one of the problems with the game with lack of challenge levels, is there's no way to differentiate yourself, more or less. What the fuck?
Calling in reinforcements.
That just scared the shit out of me. We might have a cheater. What?
Requesting air support. Point me to the enemy.
Yeah, we might have someone that's cheating in the match. We'll give it a bit. If we have more weird things happen, we're gonna quit and find a different round. That was a really weird one. Like something in the game just instantly killed me. Like I had like 5 million bullets just teleported inside my brain from across the map with nothing that actually did it. Kill the poo-poo tree. By the way, cheating is not uncommon in the game. Usually it doesn't matter because usually you won't get rage cheaters. But occasionally you will.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Engaging terminal.
Yep.
That's called democracy! Calling down the clock.
There's all sorts of ways of cheating the game too. There's God mode, unlimited ammo, turning your guns into little, like, fucking fingers of Odin sort of things.
New mag.
I see. Would love to throw. We can't. Would love to throw a cluster in there. Probably gonna die in a couple seconds though, which allows us to. Remember I mentioned earlier about the airburst when it's off target is one of the most lethal stratagems in the game when it has scatter involved? That orbital literally just landed on my face.
Democracy
Yeah.
has landed.
Not exactly sure why this guy isn't moving. Something looks fucked up with our units here. Got through his leg. That's countdown timer. Would love to 500 kg again. Go like that from back. There you go. That's the best way of describing. I guess the best way of describing what I was talking about is Dunning-Kruger, which normally I don't talk about. It's a catch-all, right? Dunning-Kruger is a catch-all, and you can use it on basically anyone you think is being dumb. Generally, why we don't talk about it on stream. Hey. Okay. Very spicy, guys. Oh, the rage quits too?
Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah. What else do we have here? So no, I misworded it earlier. Like I don't just go around making fun of people that I think are stupid. It's not. That's not exactly what I meant. Yeah. Came across that way though. He went and did that. All right. I don't think anyone's gonna come back to this. Let's pick it up. Spicy Hunter. Get rid of that. You know things are good when you're losing lives and people start rage quitting. That's where you want to be. Like any other game, you'd be like, no, that's not right. No, for this game, I think that is actually the correct call. Of a good sign of things are working out is when people are rage quitting because they're too hard. Actually, bugs. Bugs are easier than bots, anyways. They might be dead. Hey, bud. Cut some trees. I assume P2 is far back. Yeah, they're far enough back where it doesn't matter. Another resupply?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Poo-poo tree over here. Chop some more trees.
Sending in an eagle. Bug outpost spotted.
You can potentially chop trees better with Bug Whisperer, guys. You can chop trees better with the strafing run, maybe. Actually, no, I don't think you can. You can make it through the trees better with the strafing run, but strafing run sucks, so it doesn't matter. And it doesn't go brrr! Because we all know it actually goes brrr, and it doesn't, as we covered on stream extensively. His dog's doing his part. Unfortunately, I don't think that. Pick up samples here.
Got a sample.
Duck.
Calling down a support weapon. Reloading. Sample collected.
Good here.
Requesting
Chop
air
some more
support.
trees. There you go. Like, even when the cluster bomb. Oh, okay. Alright, bud.
Rare sample acquired.
Joel just couldn't let me have my samples. This is for the kids, by the way. I'm almost out done with my upgrades, so, you know.
Calling in an eagle.
Make it? Did not.
Got a sample.
Talking about all the cool things in the world, and
Rare
okay.
sample
Well,
acquired.
that's all we needed, so bye.
Calling down a sentry.
More bird patrols. Throw some DPS in there on him. So we're gonna wait for cooldowns anyways. It kind of made me feel bad. I worded that poorly. It's tough to figure out exactly what you're talking about, like when you're talking about like an overarching subject. And I assume there's plenty of smart people on Reddit, by the way. They just don't always have a correct opinion, right?
Rare sample acquired.
Yeah. Stalker nest. Let's actually go take care of this. We'll pre-reload. If this is a double spawn or double spawner, meaning more than one hole that spawns multiple units at the same time, it could get hairy. Double spawners, so 2 holes that spawn. You made him so he actually ran around behind me to flank me. I think that was intentional.
New mag.
2 holes that spawn 2 units. Can I blow it up from the back? That's new. I don't remember seeing that. No.
Sample collected.
Requesting tac pack.
Hive structure destroyed.
Rare sample acquired.
Can't reload my gun.
Reloading.
Yep. Good. Alright.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Good. Good, good, good. Yeah. Usually by the dildo. This looks like it must be a crevasse. The little... There it is. Having fun in the distance. All the bugs spawning by them.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
New mag. Requesting sentry.
Not gonna grab grab that. Okay.
I got the terminal! Calling down a sentry! Reinforcing!
One already hurt his other leg. There, right
Requesting
there.
air support!
Here comes the cavalry.
Far.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Another.
Sending in an eagle!
Gonna sneeze on it, guys.
Requesting orbital strike!
So this guy doesn't know. And that was off target again, right on my face.
Calling in reinforcements!
Yep. Second time. Why would you even use an airburst on a Bileton? I have no idea. Like, maybe you can potentially actually, kill him? All my deaths this game have been to teammates.
Requesting orbital.
Every single one of my deaths is to teammates.
Get some! Ready to liberate!
Okay. Just fun to push the button. Let me go this way.
Freedom, triumphs over tyranny once more.
Like literally watching things that are gonna take your medkits flying in the distance.
Dropping a pin, southeast, 300 meters.
Very weird game.
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
Ah, goody good.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
See, we died to airburst twice. I do 500 kg. Weirdly had my face explode at the beginning of the game out of nowhere that had nothing to do with anything that's happening on my screen. I think that's it.
Armed and ready.
Doing supply beacon!
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry!
Watching people play X-Defiant earlier today. As like,
Air support!
this game is literally Call of Duty. like it's almost not remotely different than Call of Duty. It's just Call of Duty. And I was wondering why people would choose to play it over Call of Duty. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we're like living in a day where people don't want to be compared to. Whoop! I almost died. They don't want to be compared to like being a COD streamer, right? They don't want to be a COD streamer, so then they stream basically like a COD clone, so then they technically aren't a COD streamer.
Got equipment.
It's not even like as different as like Valorant is to Counter-Strike, right? Because Valorant is kind of different from Counter-Strike, even though it basically adopts the Counter-Strike formula. In the case of X-Defiant, it's almost identical to Call of Duty.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
The question is, why are they streaming it?
Calling down a sentry!
Yep.
Enemy elite, southeast, 100 meters. Calling in orbital strike.
These guys are pretty good or sus, one of the two. Hey, Iwux, good evening, dude. Good morning, depending on where you live.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Here we don't need to do anything.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Affirmative.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Requesting sentry!
Front tunnel green. Yes, sir!
Let me know if I'm in danger, guys.
Deliver! indicated.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Oh, there's that. I say the bug difficulty was relatively high, but teammates literally just killed everything, so despite kind of being kind of weird, walking around in the middle of enemy mobs and not being hurt. But you know. Ready.
A victory for democracy.
Oh, actually, this was a pretty poor kill count. So it wasn't even they're killing everything. There just wasn't many units. So it was like 400 plus another 300, 700 units. Very low kill cap game. Despite the fact that we're playing on good crooks and we just had extremely good hell dives, right? And even the one before on, I think it was Crimsica. The nursery on Crimsica was better than that, right? That was like 1,300 kills, I think, where I got like 600 of them. Not even close. This is why stuff like, so like things like that, guys. We've been playing on basically good crooks all night, right? Things like that. We're playing on good crooks. We've been playing nurseries all night, and we just played one where we had nowhere close, like same sort of unit compositions, but nowhere close to the number of units, which makes me think that it's a peer-to-peer mesh, and like, if you have computers in the game that suck, they just don't spawn units. Like, they don't control units because they can barely handle playing the game, right? So they don't even bother controlling stuff because they can't. We're in RNG. Actually,
War waits for no one.
Received.
Are you ready, Helldiver? The Helldivers battle for freedom. Let us decide where to enter the fray.
I can't select for some reason. Can't select that one either. Okay, well, looks like my game's fucked right now. I wanted to play a little one with, that was kind of close to the end, but I guess we aren't going to do that. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't get that many games in, mainly because we had a lot of Reddit to deal with. I had shenanigans going on earlier in my life tonight, and today's a really weird day. I'm pretty sure it is the humidity. Humidity makes people crazy. Also, rats make people crazy. And then they lock them in a rubber room with rats. Rats make them crazy. But anyways, we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight will probably be more Helldivers 2. If we get good games like tonight, that was except for that last one we just played, tonight's games have all been pretty good. We had some really spicy ones. We had another 1,700 kill game tonight. Very good stuff. Obviously, kills are not a pure indicator of difficulty, but they're definitely an extreme part of it, especially when you play against bugs. So, yeah. Putting aside you getting like just a lot of easy units like grasshoppers, hunters, and beetles all the time. Pretty good. Well, we're all things here for this evening, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching me make fun of Reddit, make sure the follow button's on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I do stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. the usual, I am out here for this evening. Tonight will be more of the Helldiver. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.